You hear the drill before you see her. The high-pitched mechanical whine echoes through orphanage corridors, painted in cheerful pastels that somehow make everything worse. Then comes the voice, switching between syrupy maternal warmth and guttural rage without warning, speaking to a puppet that speaks back with venom that sounds too real to be ventriloquism. Mother Gooseberry moves through the Signala facility like she owns it, and in a way she does, because this place didn't break her so much as give her permission to become exactly what her father's abuse had been preparing her to be all along. This is the story of Phyllis Futterman, the daughter of a Philadelphia dentist who learned cruelty in a dental office before she could understand what it meant, a girl who turned trauma into taxidermy, who built a children's television empire on charisma and cocaine, who cultivated a cult of adolescent followers before the whole thing collapsed in a police raid that left 2 officers dead and a woman fleeing through puppetry tunnels beneath a television studio. By the time Murkoff Corporation found her rotting in Holmesburg Prison, Phyllis Futterman had fractured into at least 3 distinct personalities, each one a different survival strategy for enduring a childhood so poisonous it had dissolved her sense of self entirely. Over the next several hours, we're going to trace the complete arc of Mother Gooseberry's existence, from the dental office where her father destroyed her, through the television studio where she passed that destruction to a generation of children, into the prison cell where fragmentation became total, and finally into the Signala facility where Murkoff weaponized her dissociation into one of the most effective prime assets the lathe program ever produced. You'll understand not just what Gooseberry does in the trials, but why her particular brand of maternal horror works so effectively, why reagents fear her differently than they fear Coil or Barbie, and why her presence in the orphanage creates psychological damage that persists long after players escape. If this kind of deep analysis is what you're here for, go ahead and hit that like button so other fans can find this deep dive into one of Outlast Trials' most complex antagonists. And drop a comment telling me where in the world you're watching from and what time it is right now. I love seeing our late night horror community check in from every time zone. So, settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. The spine of Mother Gooseberry's story is simple but uncomfortable. Abuse doesn't just damage the victim, it teaches them to perpetuate the cycle. And when institutions find someone whose damage makes them useful, that cycle becomes industrial. Chapter 1: The Dentist's Daughter, Philadelphia, 1930s and 40s. Picture a dental office in a respectable neighborhood, the kind of place where upstanding citizens brought their families for cleanings and cavity fillings, where a father's professional reputation meant something in the community. Dr. A. Futterman ran that office with precision and authority, and by all external accounts, he was a pillar of respectability, skilled at his work, active in community affairs, the sort of man whose standing insulated him from scrutiny. Behind the closed door of his home, he was raising a daughter in an environment saturated with psychological poison. Phyllis Futterman learned early that love was conditional, that affection could be withdrawn without warning, that approval had to be earned through performance and obedience. Her father's approach to parenting revolved around punishment and control, using verbal abuse as his primary tool for shaping behavior. The specific words he used aren't documented in Murkoff's files, but their impact is visible in everything Phyllis would later become. A woman who couldn't separate care from cruelty, who expressed affection through control, who believed that hurting someone was simply how you demonstrated that they mattered to you. The abuse wasn't necessarily physical, though that possibility can't be ruled out. What's clear from Phyllis's later behavior is that verbal and emotional abuse dominated her childhood. Her father likely criticized everything she did, told her she was inadequate, alternated between cold withdrawal and explosive anger, created an environment where she could never predict whether she'd be praised or destroyed for the same action. This kind of sustained psychological abuse during developmental years doesn't just create trauma, it warps the foundational structures of personality, the core beliefs about self, others, and relationships that form before a child has language to question them. Phyllis worked as her father's assistant in the dental office. Imagine being a young girl, maybe 10 or 12 years old, spending hours each day in a space where your father inflicted pain on others as part of his profession. Dentistry before modern anesthetics was a painful business, and even with Novocaine, patients experienced discomfort and fear. Phyllis would have witnessed that fear daily, seen her father as someone who caused pain and called it care, who held power over people who sat helpless in his chair. This created a template. Pain and care became intertwined. Authority meant having power over the vulnerable. Helping someone might require hurting them first. These lessons were never stated explicitly. They were absorbed through daily exposure, through watching her father's professional performance, and then experiencing his private cruelty, until the line between medical practice and abuse blurred entirely. Young Phyllis found ways to cope with the poisonous atmosphere. She developed hobbies that her father tolerated because they kept her quiet and occupied. Taxidermy became one of her obsessions, the practice of preserving dead animals, treating their bodies with chemicals, positioning them in lifelike poses. There was something about taking what was dead and making it appear alive again, about having complete control over these small bodies that couldn't resist or complain, that appealed to something deep in her developing psyche. She also loved musical theater, the performance and spectacle, the way audiences watched and responded. These two interests, preservation and performance, would later merge in disturbing ways. From a young age, working as her father's assistant, Phyllis discovered ventriloquism. This wasn't a random hobby, it was a survival mechanism. Children who grow up in abusive environments often develop dissociative coping strategies, ways of psychologically distancing themselves from trauma that feels unbearable. For some, this manifests as daydreaming or fantasy worlds. For Phyllis, it manifested as the ability to create separate voices, to channel aspects of experience through puppets that could say things she couldn't say, express emotions she wasn't allowed to feel. The puppet she created was called Dr. Futterman, not a coincidence, not just a character. This puppet was a representation of her actual father, an externalized version of his voice that she could control even though she couldn't control him. When Dr. Futterman spoke in her later performances and in the Outlast Trials, the voice was cruel, demanding, hypercritical, exactly the kind of verbal abuse Phyllis had absorbed throughout childhood. She wasn't inventing this character. She was channeling her father's actual treatment of her, giving voice to the abuser who lived inside her head even when he wasn't physically present. Until you realize that every time Mother Gooseberry speaks with Dr. Futterman during the trials, Reagents are actually hearing the voice of childhood abuse, the internalized abuser that Phyllis could never escape, manifested as a puppet that tells her she's worthless while she simultaneously uses it to terrify and control others. This ventriloquism became Phyllis's calling. She discovered she had genuine talent for performance, a charisma that drew people's attention and held it. Audiences were captivated by her ability to create distinct personalities for her puppets, to make them seem alive, to generate emotional responses through what should have been obviously fake characters. This charisma wasn't something she learned. It was something innate that had survived her father's attempts to destroy her spirit. Where he had tried to make her small, performance made her large. Where he had made her powerless, puppets gave her control. But the performances were contaminated by what she'd learned at home. Even in these early shows before the television program, Phyllis's approach to entertainment mixed delight with cruelty, sweetness with sudden harshness, creating emotional whiplash in her audiences that replicated the unpredictability of her father's moods. Children who watched her perform couldn't relax entirely because they never knew when the sweet puppet would turn mean, when Mother Gooseberry's smile would become something else entirely. Her father's death changed everything, though the circumstances remain deliberately unclear in official records. The Murkoff documents note that Dr. A. Futterman died and that his body was never recovered. What actually happened remains unknown. The absence of a body has led to speculation among those who've studied her case, with some theorizing she may have killed him during a dissociative episode. But this is interpretation rather than fact, reading between lines of fragmentary records that don't provide definitive answers. In cases where bodies go missing, especially when the deceased lived with someone who later exhibits severe psychological problems, investigators typically suspect foul play. The records don't explicitly accuse Phyllis of killing her father, but the implication lingers. She began suffering from what was clinically termed hysteria and dissociation immediately after his death. These symptoms appeared suddenly rather than gradually, suggesting acute traumatic response rather than slow deterioration. Either she witnessed something horrific related to his death, or she caused something horrific and her mind fractured trying to process what she'd done. If Phyllis did kill her father, it would represent a complete psychological fracture point. Children who've been abused often develop complex, contradictory feelings toward their abusers, hatred mixed with attachment, fear mixed with desperate need for approval. Actually killing the abuser, even in self-defense or during a dissociative episode, would create catastrophic guilt and identity confusion. How do you understand yourself as someone who killed the person whose approval you still craved? How do you reconcile having destroyed the father you simultaneously loved and hated? The mind's solution to contradictions it can't resolve is fragmentation, split into pieces that can each hold one part of the truth so that no single consciousness has to bear the full weight of it. This is the mechanism behind dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder, where a single person develops distinct personality states that can have different memories, different behaviors, and different relationships to trauma. Phyllis began developing these fragments after her father's death. There was Phyllis herself, trying to maintain some version of normalcy, trying to continue functioning in the world. There was Mother Gooseberry, a maternal persona that could express care and nurturing even if that care was twisted and dangerous. There was Dr. Futterman, the puppet that carried her father's voice and his cruelty, and there were likely others, fragments that never fully cohered into named personalities but influenced her behavior in ways she couldn't consciously track. This fragmentation didn't immediately incapacitate her. Dissociative identity disorder can be surprisingly high-functioning in some individuals, especially if the different personality states are all working toward shared goals, or if one state can maintain enough control to present as normal to outsiders. Phyllis's charisma, her performance skills, and her ability to read audiences meant she could mask the severity of her internal fracturing while building the career that would ultimately destroy her. She poured herself into developing the Mother Gooseberry Hour, a children's television program broadcast locally in Philadelphia. By 1951, The show was on air, her puppets and maternal persona reaching into homes throughout the region. This was the 1950s when television was still relatively new, when local programming filled most broadcast hours, when a charismatic performer could build an audience without the infrastructure that would later be required. Phyllis created a show that combined puppetry, music, educational content, and something else, something darker that audiences didn't immediately recognize as dangerous. Her charisma made her irresistible to children. She knew instinctively how to speak to young audiences, how to make them feel seen and special, how to create the illusion of personal connection through a television screen. Kids watching Mother Gooseberry felt like she was talking directly to them, like she understood them in ways their parents didn't, like she was offering something their regular lives lacked. What she was actually offering was the same cycle of abuse and praise that her father had used on her. The Mother Gooseberry hour alternated between warmth and harshness without warning or explanation. One moment Phyllis would praise children for being good, for listening, for being special members of her television family. The next moment Dr. Futterman would appear and berate them for being stupid, for failing to pay attention, for disappointing Mother Gooseberry with their inadequacy. Then Phyllis would return, soothing and maternal, reassuring children that they could be good again if they just tried harder, if they just did exactly what she said. This pattern is textbook psychological abuse. It's called intermittent reinforcement, and it's one of the most effective tools for creating psychological dependency. When punishment and reward are unpredictable, when you can't identify clear rules for what brings praise versus what brings condemnation, you become hypervigilant and desperate to please, constantly scanning for clues about how to behave, willing to do increasingly extreme things to earn approval and avoid criticism. Phyllis was conditioning her adolescent audience through these classical applications of abuse and praise, training them to see her as the ultimate authority on their worth, making them dependent on her validation, creating the psychological groundwork for what would eventually become a cult. The cult didn't form all at once. It developed gradually as Phyllis's influence spread, and certain children became more deeply attached than others. These were likely kids who were already vulnerable, dealing with a neglect or abuse at home, socially isolated, searching for belonging and purpose. The Mother Gooseberry hour gave them an identity. They weren't just random kids anymore. They were Mother Gooseberry's special children, part of her television family, connected to something bigger than themselves. Phyllis encouraged this identification. She started holding special events where devoted young fans could meet her in person, could interact with the puppets, could be recognized as her most loyal followers. These gatherings had the structure of family, but the psychology of indoctrination. Phyllis presented herself as the perfect mother, infinitely loving and infinitely disappointed, someone whose approval was the only thing that mattered. The adolescents who attached most strongly to her began engaging in immoral behavior at her subtle encouragement. The Murkoff documents describe drug use, larceny, assault, crimes committed by teenagers who'd absorbed Mother Gooseberry's teaching that normal rules didn't apply to her special family, that outsiders didn't understand them, that they could do whatever was necessary to stay close to her. This progression from children's television host to cult leader demonstrates how abuse perpetuates itself. Phyllis had learned from her father that love meant control, that care meant manipulation, that relationships required one person dominating another. She couldn't create healthy connections because she'd never experienced them. So when she tried to express maternal feelings toward her young audience, what emerged was maternal abuse, suffocating and demanding and cruel beneath its sweetness. Drug use likely began during this period, possibly cocaine among other substances. In the Sinyala orphanage trials, Dr. Futterman has a line where he asks her, "You don't have nostrils, do you? How on earth do you get out of bed in the morning?" This line has been interpreted by many as a reference to habitual cocaine use, which would damage nasal passages over time, though this remains speculation based on dialogue rather than confirmed documentation. A children's television host would face demanding schedules, early morning call times, long recording sessions, maintaining an upbeat persona hour after hour despite exhaustion or emotional distress. Stimulant drugs would have made those demands manageable, providing artificial energy and confidence. But substance abuse also exacerbates existing psychological problems. It can worsen paranoia, increase impulsivity, amplify mood swings, and reduce inhibitions around behavior that sober judgment would constrain. If Phyllis was already struggling with dissociation and fragmented identity, adding substance dependency would accelerate her deterioration. Drugs would make switching between personalities easier, reduce her ability to maintain boundaries between different fragments, and increase the likelihood that her cruelest impulses would manifest in action rather than staying contained as internal experience. By 1955, the situation had escalated beyond what local authorities could ignore. The Philadelphia police received enough complaints and gathered enough evidence to justify raiding the television studio on charges of kidnapping and racketeering. These aren't minor accusations. Kidnapping suggests Phyllis or her followers were holding children against their will. Racketeering suggests organized criminal activity, likely involving her cult of adolescent followers committing crimes in coordination. The raid itself became a bloodbath. When police entered the studio that housed the Mother Gooseberry Hour set, Phyllis didn't surrender. She fled underground into the puppetry tunnels beneath the studio, passages that had been built to allow puppeteers to move unseen during broadcasts. These tunnels became her final stand. She was carrying a power drill, not as a tool for construction, but as a weapon, and she used it with lethal efficiency. 2 police officers died in those tunnels. 5 more were injured before Phyllis was finally apprehended. The brutality of these killings is significant. Power drills are not quick killing tools. Using one as a weapon requires getting extremely close to victims, requires prolonged contact, creates horrific injuries. This was intimate violence, messy and personal, committed by someone whose fragmentation had progressed to the point where she could kill multiple people without hesitation. The charges that followed were severe: conspiracy to commit murder, kidnapping, and racketeering. Phyllis Futterman was sentenced to life in Holmesburg Prison, a facility north of Philadelphia known for its harsh conditions, and ironically for hosting medical experiments on inmates during the 1950s and 60s. She entered that prison as a woman whose mind was already shattered into fragments, and the incarceration only made that fragmentation worse. Holmesburg had its own dark reputation. The prison had been conducting dermatological experiments on inmates for years, exposing them to dangerous chemicals and procedures in exchange for small payments. Phyllis became subject to these experiments during her incarceration. The prison records document exposure to carbonic acid, which burned her skin in controlled applications, dioxin testing, exposing her to one of the most toxic compounds known to science, and perhaps most grotesquely, grafts of infected corpse flesh applied to her body to study how infection spread and how the immune system responded to foreign tissue. These experiments added physical torture to her psychological deterioration. The pain, the violation of her body, the knowledge that she was being used as human laboratory equipment, all compounded the fragmentation that had begun in childhood when a clinical psychologist named C. Perry interviewed her at Holmesburg as part of a routine evaluation. Perry immediately recognized that Phyllis's pathology made her a candidate for something beyond standard imprisonment. Perry's recommendation led directly to Murkoff's interest and to her eventual transfer to Sinyala. Prison is psychologically devastating for anyone, but for someone with dissociative identity disorder, it's particularly catastrophic. The control, the isolation, the lack of autonomy over even basic decisions, the constant threat of violence from other inmates, all of these create pressure that most minds struggle to bear. For a mind that's already fractured, that pressure doesn't just cause distress. It drives the fragments further apart, makes switching between personalities more frequent and less controllable, increases the likelihood that violent or self-destructive alters will take control. Phyllis deteriorated rapidly in Holmesburg. Whatever functional integration she'd maintained while running her television program dissolved in the prison environment. The different personalities became more distinct, more autonomous, more likely to emerge without warning. Phyllis, the person, trying to survive imprisonment. Mother Gooseberry, retreating into maternal delusion. Dr. Futterman spewing the abuse she'd internalized from her father. And others, barely formed, flickering in and out like radio static. This is where Murkoff Corporation found her. Their recruiters monitored prison populations for specific psychological profiles that would be useful in the Lathe program. Phyllis Futterman's combination of charisma, dissociation, capacity for violence, and maternal fixation made her an ideal candidate. She wasn't someone who could be programmed to follow orders. Her fragmentation made her too unpredictable for that, but she was someone whose existing pathology could be leveraged, whose need to express twisted maternal care could be channeled into specific environments, whose presence would create psychological terror in reagents who encountered her. Murkoff made her an offer she couldn't refuse, which wasn't really an offer at all. Life in prison or participation in a classified program that might lead to release. For someone as deteriorated as Phyllis had become, the choice was obvious. She was processed out of Holmesburg through channels that left no official trail and was transported to the Sinyala facility in the Arizona desert. She arrived there as a collection of fragments held together by survival instinct and carried into a place where those fragments would be weaponized against people even more vulnerable than she had become. That transition from victim in a dental office to cult leader in a television studio to inmate in a prison to prime asset in a Cold War torture facility is the arc we'll trace. Each stage represents another layer of damage, another failure of system that could have intervened, another decision by institutions to exploit rather than help. But before we enter Sinyala, we need to understand what dissociative identity disorder actually is, how it forms, and why Phyllis's particular presentation made her so effective as Mother Gooseberry. Because the horror she creates in the orphanage trials isn't random. It's the specific horror that comes from encountering someone whose mind is broken in ways that make them simultaneously victim and perpetrator, suffering and inflicting suffering, searching desperately for connection while destroying everyone who gets close. Chapter 2. The Architecture of a Shattered Mind. Dissociative identity disorder is one of the most misunderstood and stigmatized conditions in psychiatry. Popular media presents it as dramatic personality switches, where completely different people inhabit the same body, often with one personality being violent or evil. The reality is more subtle and far more tragic. The disorder develops as a response to severe, prolonged childhood trauma, typically before age 9, when the personality is still forming and hasn't yet solidified into a coherent sense of self. When a child experiences trauma so overwhelming that their developing psyche can't integrate it, the mind does something remarkable and terrible. It compartmentalizes the experience, creating separate memory systems and identity states that can hold different aspects of the trauma so that no single consciousness has to bear the full weight of what's happening. This is an adaptive response. It allows the child to survive experiences that would otherwise be psychologically lethal. The cost is that instead of developing one integrated personality, the child develops multiple personality states that may or may not be aware of each other, that may have different memories and abilities, that may emerge in response to specific triggers or stressors. Not all trauma causes dissociative identity disorder. Most children who experience abuse don't develop the condition. The factors that predict whether dissociation will become this severe include the age when trauma begins, the duration and intensity of abuse, the relationship between victim and abuser, the lack of supportive relationships that could help the child process trauma, and possibly genetic factors that affect how individuals respond to stress. Her trauma began early, likely before she could form clear narrative memories of a time before abuse. It was prolonged, lasting throughout her childhood and adolescence. The abuser was her father, the person who should have been her primary attachment figure and protector. She had no mother mentioned in the records, suggesting absence through death or abandonment, meaning no protective parent who could intervene. And her father's community standing meant she couldn't seek help from outside authorities without being disbelieved or facing retaliation. In this environment, her psyche fragmented to survive. Different personality states emerged to handle different aspects of her experience. There would have been a state that could endure her father's verbal abuse without completely falling apart emotionally. Another state that could perform the role of dutiful daughter and dental assistant. Another that could experience and express the rage and pain she wasn't allowed to show. Each fragment served a purpose, allowing some part of her to continue functioning while other parts bore the brunt of trauma. As Phyllis aged, these fragments developed more autonomy and distinctness. The Phyllis persona appears to have been the host, the personality state that was most consistently present and that others perceived as the real Phyllis. This persona struggled with depression, anxiety, and profound uncertainty about her identity and worth, symptoms that are common in individuals with dissociative disorders, because the host personality is often the fragment that carries the most psychological distress, while other alters hold specific functions or emotions. The clinical documentation is precise about her fragmentation. 3 distinct states emerged. The first was Phyllis herself, sometimes called Mother Gooseberry, sometimes presenting as a 14-year-old version of herself frozen at the age when her trauma peaked. The second was Dr. A. Federman, the voice of her deceased father channeled through the puppet. And the third was something the clinical notes described with unusual bluntness as a lizard-brained, murderous rage monster, a state of pure violence without language or rationality, a fragment that existed only to protect through destruction. The Mother Gooseberry persona likely emerged as Phyllis tried to create a version of maternal care that she'd never received. This wasn't a consciously planned character for television. It was an alter that embodied her longing for a loving mother combined with the only template for caretaking she knew, which was her father's abusive approach. Mother Gooseberry could be sweet and nurturing. expressing the love Phyllis wished she'd received, but that sweetness was always contaminated by the underlying structure of control and criticism she'd learned from her father. Dr. Futterman represents something more complex. On one level, this puppet served as a ventriloquist prop, a tool for performance. On a deeper psychological level, Dr. Futterman was an altar that carried her father's voice and personality, allowing Phyllis to externalize the internalized abuser. When she spoke as Dr. Futterman, she wasn't inventing cruel dialogue. She was channeling her father's actual abuse, giving it form and voice outside herself. This externalization served multiple purposes. It allowed her to make sense of the abuse by putting it outside herself rather than accepting it as truth about her worth. It gave her a sense of control because she could make Dr. Futterman appear and disappear rather than being at the mercy of her father's unpredictable moods. And it allowed her to perpetuate the abuse cycle without consciously recognizing herself as abusive, because it was Dr. Futterman being cruel, not her. The fragmentation became more severe after her father's death, losing the primary figure around whom her entire identity had been organized, whether through natural death or through her own action, would have destabilized the already precarious structure of her personality. The fragments that had existed to manage relationships with her father no longer had clear purpose. The fragments that carried his voice and his cruelty had nowhere to direct that energy. The result was likely a period of severe dissociative episodes where switching between personalities became frequent, uncontrolled, and accompanied by memory gaps where one alter's actions were completely unknown to others. The hysteria and dissociation documented after his death probably manifested as episodes where Phyllis would lose time, would find herself in places or situations without memory of how she got there, would be told by others that she'd said or done things she couldn't recall. This is terrifying even to experience. Imagine looking at a clock and it's noon, then what feels like seconds later it's evening, and you're somewhere completely different with no memory of the intervening hours. Imagine being confronted about something horrible you allegedly did and having no memory of it, no ability to verify or deny it because that time simply doesn't exist in your conscious memory. This kind of severe dissociation makes normal functioning extremely difficult. It would have been during this period that Phyllis's behavior became erratic enough that people around her started recognizing something was seriously wrong. The television program probably began showing cracks, moments where switching between personalities happened on air, where Dr. Futterman's cruelty became too intense, or where Mother Gooseberry's mood shifts became too abrupt to maintain the illusion of controlled performance. Her followers likely noticed these changes but interpreted them through the lens of cult devotion. When your leader starts behaving erratically, cult dynamics often lead members to rationalize the behavior as profound rather than pathological, to see instability as evidence of special insight or transcendence rather than mental illness. Phyllis's young followers probably viewed her increasing fragmentation as making her more mysterious and powerful rather than recognizing it as deterioration. The kidnapping and racketeering charges suggest that during her dissociative episodes, alters were taking control and engaging in criminal behavior. Different personality states have different moral frameworks, different relationships to impulse control, and different understandings of consequences. An altar that carried all of Phyllis's rage might have directed followers to kidnap children from families Phyllis perceived as enemies or threats. An altar focused on building and maintaining the cult might have organized theft and assault to fund operations or punish defectors. Phyllis, the host personality, might have been genuinely unaware of these activities, experiencing them as lost time or fragmentary memories she couldn't organize into coherent narratives. This doesn't absolve responsibility, legally or morally, but it explains how someone could engage in organized crime while simultaneously being confused about their own actions and motivations. The power drill killings during the police raid represent a moment when the most violent alter took complete control. Killing 2 people and injuring 5 more with a power drill requires sustained aggression, requires continuing to attack even after the first person is down, requires overriding normal inhibitions against harming others. This was likely an alter that had never been fully integrated or acknowledged, one that had absorbed all of Phyllis's rage and trauma and had been waiting for an opportunity to manifest that violence externally. In the psychological literature on dissociative identity disorder, violent alters are relatively rare, but when they exist, they're typically fragments that were created to protect the system by being willing to do what other alters can't. This protective function doesn't make the violence less real or less harmful, but it locates the violence within a framework of survival rather than sadism. The violent alter that killed those officers likely understood itself as protecting Phyllis from capture and further imprisonment, as fighting back against authority figures who represented continuation of her father's control and abuse. Understanding Phyllis's dissociative identity disorder is essential to understanding what she becomes at Sinyala, because the morphogenic engine and the lathe program don't create her fragmentation. They exploit it. They take a mind that's already broken into pieces and make those pieces fight each other, amplify the conflicts between alters, strengthen the most harmful fragments while suppressing any that might retain empathy or moral constraint. When Phyllis enters Sinyala, she's not a blank slate waiting to be programmed. She's a collection of competing personalities held together by nothing stronger than habit and survival instinct. What Murkoff does to her isn't psychological torture that creates fragmentation. It's manipulation of existing fragmentation, turning her disorder into a weapon by encouraging the most dangerous alters to take permanent control. But we're getting ahead of the timeline. First, we need to understand what Sinyala was, how the lathe program operated, and why someone like Phyllis would be designated as a prime asset rather than processed as a reagent, because there's a crucial distinction. Reagents were ordinary people broken through systematic torture. Prime assets were people who arrived already broken in, ways that made them useful without further programming. People whose existing pathologies could be channeled rather than created. People who'd become so dangerous and damaged that the only question was whether their violence could be directed or would remain chaotic. Phyllis Footerman qualified as the latter, and that distinction would determine whether she survived Sinyala or became just another ex-pop shambling through its corridors. Chapter 3. Welcome to Sinyala. The Sinyala facility sits in the Arizona desert like a wound that refuses to heal. Built in the mid-1950s, it was designed to be invisible, a sprawling complex partially underground, accessible only through unmarked roads that appeared on no maps, surrounded by landscape hostile enough that anyone who escaped on foot would likely die of exposure before reaching civilization. The location was strategic. No neighbors to hear screams, no curious journalists able to observe operations, no local authorities with jurisdiction or willingness to investigate federal facilities conducting classified research. From the outside, Sinyala resembled other government installations of the Cold War era: utilitarian architecture, chain-link fences, bland signage indicating a research facility with clearance requirements. Inside, it was a theater of horrors dressed as scientific experimentation. a place where the line between psychology and torture had been deliberately erased in pursuit of the ultimate Cold War weapon, a human being whose mind could be reprogrammed as easily as updating a machine. The Lathe program was the heart of Sinyala's operation, Project Lathe, an acronym for Latent Agency Therapy and Hypnotic Experiment, though earlier iterations had referred to it as Limbic Aggression Therapy and Hypnotic Experiment. The name evolution reflected changing approaches to the same core objective. What's clear is its purpose: create sleeper agents through systematic psychological destruction and reconstruction. Take ordinary people, break down their existing identities and moral frameworks, implant new beliefs and behavioral programming, then release them back into civilian life carrying triggers that could activate them for specific operations without their conscious awareness. This wasn't science fiction. The theoretical foundations were real, built on research from Nazi psychiatrists, refined through MK Ultra's experiments with LSD and sensory deprivation, advanced by doctors like Donald Ewan Cameron, who believed human consciousness could be erased and rebuilt. The question wasn't whether it was possible, it was whether it could be done reliably, at scale, and without the mess of government oversight that had plagued earlier programs. Murkoff Corporation provided the answer: privatize the research, operate through shell companies, recruit subjects who wouldn't be missed, and hire personnel who valued results over ethics. The company had been involved in psychiatric research for decades, running facilities like Mount Massive Asylum, where experiments on patients were routine and consequences were buried along with bodies. Sinyala was their most ambitious project, combining pharmaceutical manipulation, environmental psychology, surgical intervention, and systematic trauma to produce programmable human weapons. The facility was organized into distinct zones, each serving specific functions in the programming process. The sleep room was where new arrivals were initially held, a space designed to be simultaneously womb-like and prison-like, where constant audio broadcasts and pharmaceutical regimens began the process of breaking down subjects' resistance and sense of self. The trial environments, police stations, orphanages, docks, factories, were realistic mock-ups where subjects would be forced through scenarios designed to destroy moral boundaries and create complicity. The underground sections housed the morphogenic engine and other experimental technologies that Murkoff hoped would accelerate the programming process. Subjects who arrived at Sinyala came through various pipelines. Some responded to advertisements promising well-paid government work. Some were offered deals by judges, prison time versus participation in a classified program. Some were simply taken, individuals living on society's margins whose disappearance wouldn't trigger investigations. All were processed on arrival, stripped of personal belongings, given identifying numbers, and implanted with night vision goggles that were surgically attached to their skulls. These goggles served multiple functions beyond practical illumination. They physically marked subjects, created dependency on equipment they couldn't remove, and served as constant reminder that their bodies were no longer entirely their own. The surgery itself was a trauma, a violation that began the psychological process of dissociation from one's physical form. After the procedure, subjects would look in mirrors and see something inhuman staring back, see themselves as experiments rather than people. Most subjects became reagents, the disposable test subjects who would be run through trials until they either adapted successfully to programming or broke completely and joined the X-Pops. A small number were designated as prime assets, individuals whose pre-existing psychological conditions made them useful as instruments of terror rather than subjects of experimentation. Prime assets weren't immune to the horror of Sinyala. They were simply broken in specific ways that Murkoff could exploit. Leland Coyle, the former police officer with sadistic tendencies and PTSD from military service, became the brutal enforcer of the police station trials. Franco Barbi, the mafia hitman whose complete lack of empathy made him an efficient killer, presided over the grotesque carnival of confession. And Phyllis Futterman, the fragmented television host whose maternal instincts had been poisoned by abuse, became Mother Gooseberry in the orphanage trials. The prime assets weren't freed from programming. They were given environments where their existing pathologies could flourish without constraint, where the behaviors that society had punished or imprisoned were suddenly encouraged and rewarded, where they could become the fullest, worst versions of themselves without consequences. This was its own form of horror, not being broken but being given permission to be broken, not having madness inflicted, but having madness validated and empowered. When Phyllis Futterman arrived at Sinyala, likely in the late 1950s, she was still fractured from her time in Holmesburg prison. The different alters were in constant conflict, switching unpredictably, creating a person who couldn't maintain consistent identity from hour to hour. Murkoff's psychiatric staff recognized immediately that she couldn't be programmed in the conventional sense. Her dissociation meant she had no stable self to reprogram, no core identity to overwrite with new beliefs. But they recognized something else. Her fragmentation made her perfect for creating maternal horror. The orphanage environment needed someone who could be simultaneously nurturing and terrifying, who could express love and violence in the same breath, who could make reagents feel like children being cared for and children being destroyed. Phyllis's alternating personalities, the sweet Mother Gooseberry and the cruel Dr. Futterman, created exactly that psychological dissonance. She was installed in the orphanage trial environment, a space decorated like a 1950s children's home, with dormitories and playrooms and a chapel, all populated by mannequin children that sat in eerie stillness. The mannequins served multiple purposes. They filled the space with an uncanny presence, almost alive but clearly not. They gave Phyllis objects onto which she could project maternal feelings without the complication of actual children who might trigger her toward genuine care or genuine violence. And they created horror for reagents who couldn't be certain whether the mannequins were just plastic or whether they concealed something worse. The orphanage trials were designed to force reagents into positions of moral compromise while surrounded by imagery of childhood innocence. In Cleanse the Orphans, subjects had to locate and interact with objects throughout the facility, while Mother Gooseberry hunted them, creating scenarios where they had to choose between completing objectives and avoiding her attention. In Feed the Children, they participated in grotesque parodies of childcare, following instructions that made them complicit in violating the space that should represent safety and nurturing. Mother Gooseberry's role was to make these trials unbearable through her presence. She would patrol the orphanage with Dr. Futterman on her hand, having conversations between her two primary alters that revealed the abuse structure underneath her maternal performance. She would speak sweetly to reagents she encountered, calling them little ones and expressing concern for their spiritual cleanliness, then shift without warning into Dr. Futterman's voice, spewing venom about their inadequacy and sinfulness. This switching between personalities wasn't performance, it was genuine dissociation happening in real time. When Mother Gooseberry spoke gently, that was likely Phyllis, or the maternal altar trying to express care in the only way she knew. When Dr. Futterman took control, That was the altar carrying her father's abuse, channeling cruelty she'd internalized so deeply that it felt like a separate person speaking through her. Reagents who encountered her experienced something psychologically devastating. They were being hunted by someone who seemed simultaneously like a protector and a threat, whose mood could shift mid-sentence, whose expressions of affection felt contaminated by violence. This created profound confusion about whether she was dangerous or safe, whether complying with her demands would bring mercy or more harm, whether she saw them as children to nurture or prey to destroy. The power drill she carried was a deliberate choice by Murkoff's designers, both because it referenced her murders during the Philadelphia police raid and because it added visceral horror to her presence. The drill's high-pitched whine announced her approach, creating auditory dread before she became visible. Its function as a tool that violates boundaries, drilling into surfaces that should remain intact, metaphorically represented what she did to psychological boundaries. And its use as Dr. Futterman's voice added another layer. The drill became the puppet's weapon, making the puppet seem more autonomous and dangerous. What made Mother Gooseberry effective as a prime asset wasn't just her capacity for violence, it was her charisma. Even as a fragmented, heavily dissociated individual hunting people through an orphanage mock-up, Phyllis retained the same magnetism that had built her television audience. Reagents reported in the fragmentary testimonies that survive that encountering her created strange feelings of wanting her approval, of wanting to explain themselves to her, of feeling like if they could just prove they were good children, she might let them go. This psychological pull replicated the dynamic she'd created with her cult of adolescent followers. She made people want to please her even as she terrified them, made them seek validation from someone who would never provide it, created dependence on approval that would never come. This emotional manipulation was more effective than simple physical threat because it engaged reagents' psychological needs rather than just their fear of pain. The orphanage environment amplified her effectiveness. Childhood spaces carry powerful psychological associations: safety, innocence, being cared for by adults who are supposed to protect you. Violating those associations creates horror that bypasses rational thought and strikes at emotional foundations formed before language. When Mother Gooseberry pursued reagents through spaces that looked like children's dormitories and play areas, she wasn't just threatening them physically, she was violating the primal expectation that places designed for children should be safe, that maternal figures should be protectors, that care and harm are separate categories. The mannequin children contributed to this violation. They sat in classrooms and dormitories, positioned as if attending lessons or sleeping, their frozen faces suggesting awareness without animation. Reagents couldn't determine if these were just props or if something terrible had happened to real children. The ambiguity was intentional, keeping subjects in a state of uncertainty that prevented them from psychologically adapting to the environment. Some reagents tried to check the mannequins to verify whether they were really just plastic. Mother Gooseberry would appear during these investigations, asking why they were disturbing her children, accusing them of being sinners who wanted to harm innocent ones. Her protective language made regents question their own perceptions. Maybe the mannequins were real, and they'd been about to violate actual children. Maybe Mother Gooseberry was right to be angry with them. This gaslighting, making people doubt their own perceptions and judgments, is a classic abuse tactic. Phyllis had experienced it from her father and had deployed it against her television audience. At Signala, with institutional backing and captive subjects, she could practice it without limit. Reagents emerged from orphanage trials, unable to trust their own assessments of what was real, what was dangerous, or whether their actions had been protective or harmful. The psychiatric staff monitoring the trials documented Mother Gooseberry's effectiveness with clinical detachment. Reagents who went through her trials showed elevated rates of dissociation, difficulty distinguishing memory from imagination, increased susceptibility to suggestion, and profound confusion about moral categories. These were desired outcomes. The point wasn't to torture for its own sake. It was to break down cognitive structures that might resist programming, to create minds so uncertain and disoriented that they'd accept whatever new frameworks were offered, just to have some stable ground to stand on. Phyllis's own mental state during this period is difficult to reconstruct. Did she understand that she was participating in torture, or did her dissociation allow her to interpret her actions as genuine child care? Did the different alters have different understandings of what was happening, with some aware they were hurting people while others believed they were protecting children? The fragmentation that made her useful as a prime asset also meant there might not have been a single, coherent Phyllis who could be held accountable or who could develop insight into her role. This ambiguity is central to understanding Mother Gooseberry's tragedy. She's simultaneously perpetrator and victim, both causing immense harm and being someone whose mind was so destroyed by childhood abuse that she couldn't form the psychological structures necessary for moral agency. She's responsible for what she does to reagents, and she's also someone who needed treatment rather than weaponization, whose participation in atrocities is evidence of institutional failure rather than individual evil. Holding both these truths requires uncomfortable moral complexity. It's easier to view villains as simply evil, motivated by malice or sadism, choosing to harm others from a position of power and sanity. But Mother Gooseberry occupies messier territory. She harms people from a position of profound psychiatric illness, channeling abuse she suffered rather than inventing new cruelty, expressing maternal feelings in the only forms her shattered psyche can produce. This doesn't excuse the harm. Reagents who died or were permanently traumatized by her actions suffered real damage regardless of whether she understood what she was doing. But it reframes the horror from individual monstrosity to systemic failure, from look at this evil person to look at what institutions do when they find broken people and make them more useful broken than healed. The question that haunted researchers studying prime assets was whether intervention earlier in Phyllis's life could have prevented her trajectory, if her father's abuse had been identified and stopped, if she'd received trauma treatment after his death instead of being left to fragment further, if her cult activities had triggered psychiatric intervention rather than just criminal prosecution, if Holmesburg Prison had provided mental health care instead of making her deterioration worse. Each of these points represented a moment where different choices could have led to different outcomes. But American system in the 1940s and 50s didn't prioritize mental health intervention for abused children, didn't view psychiatric illness as treatable rather than a mark of moral failing, didn't provide meaningful care to prisoners with severe mental illness. Phyllis fell through every possible safety net until the only institution that caught her was one that viewed her fractured mind as an asset to exploit. Mother Gooseberry's story is Sinyala's story, a series of institutional failures turned into weapons research, vulnerable people exploited rather than helped, and psychiatric conditions weaponized rather than treated. She's walking proof that the facility's real horror wasn't the trials themselves, but the systematic choice to harm rather than heal, to profit from suffering rather than alleviate it, to take people at their most broken and make them infinitely worse. But to fully understand her effectiveness as a prime asset, we need to examine the specific trials she ran, the psychological mechanisms she deployed, and what happened to reagents who survived encounters with her. Because Mother Gooseberry wasn't just frightening in the abstract, she created specific, measurable psychological damage that served Murkoff's programming objectives while destroying the people subjected to her maternal horror. We're about to enter the orphanage in detail, to walk through what Reagents experienced, and to diagnose exactly how maternal love becomes weaponized terror when it's channeled through a mind shattered by childhood abuse. Chapter 4: Inside the Orphanage Trials. The orphanage entrance looks almost welcoming. Clean hallways painted in soft yellows and blues, the kind of institutional cheerfulness meant to make children feel safe. There are bulletin boards with crayon drawings, dormitories with neat rows of beds, a cafeteria with long tables sized for small bodies. Everything has been carefully constructed to evoke a specific era, the 1950s ideal of wholesome childhood institutions, where orphans received care until they could be placed in loving homes. But nothing in Sinyala is what it appears to be. The drawings are too perfect, clearly made by adults mimicking child art rather than actual children's work. The beds are occupied by mannequins whose painted eyes seem to follow movement even though their rigid plastic faces never change expression. The cafeteria tables are set with food that's been allowed to rot, creating a smell that mingles with the cleaning chemicals designed to evoke institutional cleanliness. Reagents entering the space for the first time experience immediate cognitive dissonance. The environment signals safety and childlike innocence, but something is wrong in ways they can't immediately articulate. This uncanny wrongness is deliberate design, creating baseline anxiety before any specific threat manifests, priming subjects to be hypervigilant and jumpy in an environment that should feel comforting. The mission briefings for orphanage trials are delivered through intercoms in the voice of Easterman, the psychologist who designed Sinyala's programs. His tone is paternal, reassuring, describing the upcoming trial as an opportunity to care for children who need help, to cleanse impurities that threaten innocent souls, to demonstrate moral fitness by protecting the vulnerable. The language is saturated with protective imagery, positioning reagents as heroes rather than victims. This framing is crucial manipulation. If subjects understood they were being tortured, they'd resist psychologically even when they couldn't escape physically. But if they believe they're performing necessary work, helping rather than being harmed, their minds collaborate in their own destruction. They interpret suffering as meaningful rather than senseless, as the cost of doing good rather than evidence of being victimized. Cleanse the Orphans requires reagents to locate radio receivers scattered throughout the facility and carry them to specific broadcast points. The ostensible purpose is to restore communication systems so messages about moral purity can reach the children. The actual purpose is to force subjects to navigate the entire orphanage while Mother Gooseberry hunts them, creating prolonged exposure to her presence and escalating terror. The radio receivers are heavy, awkward to carry, and require both hands, meaning reagents can't defend themselves or easily maneuver while transporting them. This enforced vulnerability is psychological torture disguised as task completion. Every shadow becomes a potential threat. Every sound triggers fight or flight responses that can't be satisfied, because fighting requires dropping the objective and fleeing means mission failure. Mother Gooseberry's patrol patterns are designed to maximize encounters without making them constant. She doesn't appear in every hallway or pursue every reagent she could potentially catch. Instead, she creates a rhythm of presence and absence that keeps subjects uncertain about when they're safe. This intermittent reinforcement of threat is more psychologically damaging than constant danger because unpredictability prevents adaptation. Humans can adjust to consistent threats through habituation. They struggle to adapt when the threat level fluctuates without pattern. When she does appear, her behavior is deliberately inconsistent. Sometimes she'll spot a reagent and pursue immediately, her drill whining as she closes distance with surprising speed for someone her age and build. Other times she'll see them but not give chase, instead standing motionless while Dr. Futterman's voice issues warnings about sin and cleanliness, letting them escape while her words follow them through corridors. Occasionally she'll walk past without acknowledging their presence at all, as if they don't exist or as if she's operating according to rules they can't discern. This inconsistency destroys the ability to form functional threat assessment. Reagents can't develop reliable strategies for avoiding her because there's no consistent logic to her behavior. She's simultaneously predictable in her general movements through the orphanage and completely unpredictable in how she'll respond to specific encounters. The psychological result is learned helplessness, the state where people stop attempting to control outcomes because their actions seem to have no reliable connection to consequences. The mannequin children create additional psychological pressure. They're positioned throughout the orphanage in tableaus of normal institutional life, a classroom full of them sitting at desks with open books, a dormitory with them tucked into beds, a chapel with them arranged in pews as if attending service. Their stillness should signal that they're harmless props, but the environment has already primed reagents to mistrust appearances. Some reagents report, in fragmentary testimony extracted during later trials, that the mannequin seemed to move when not directly observed. A child that was facing forward is now turned toward the door. A mannequin that was sitting is now standing. These changes are real but subtle, created through facility mechanisms that can remotely adjust mannequin positions between a reagent's visits to the same room. The point isn't to create obvious supernatural horror, but to undermine trust in memory and perception. When reagents mention these movements to other subjects or to staff, they're met with dismissal or gentle correction. The mannequins don't move. You're under stress. Your mind is playing tricks. This gaslighting makes subjects question their own observations, wonder if they're experiencing hallucinations, doubt their capacity for accurate perception. That doubt spreads to other experiences, making them uncertain about what's real throughout the facility, creating vulnerability to suggestion and programming. Mother Gooseberry's relationship to the mannequins deepens the horror. She speaks to them as if they're real children, pauses beside them to adjust clothing or smooth hair, addresses them by names that change depending on which personality is in control. When Mother Gooseberry is present, she calls them her precious ones and speaks about protecting them from the filthy sinners who want to corrupt their innocence. When Dr. Futterman emerges, he berates them for being stupid and worthless, and threatens to punish them for imagined transgressions. Reagents witnessing these interactions can't determine if Mother Gooseberry genuinely believes the mannequins are alive or if she's performing for their benefit. The truth is probably that different alters have different relationships to the mannequins. The maternal altar may genuinely perceive them as children requiring care, experiencing full delusional belief. The Dr. Futterman altar may understand their props but use them as targets for expressing cruelty that would be too dangerous to direct at actual people. Other altars might have entirely different understandings. This multiplicity of perception within a single body creates existential horror for observing reagents. They're forced to witness someone whose internal reality is so fractured that she can hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. Someone whose relationship to objective reality is fundamentally different from neurotypical consciousness. This exposure to severe mental illness in an environment where that illness is weaponized creates its own trauma, a recognition that minds can break in ways that make conventional understanding impossible. The physical space of the orphanage is designed to facilitate psychological breakdown through specific architectural choices. The hallways are slightly too narrow, creating claustrophobic feeling even in open areas. The ceilings are lower than standard, especially in sections meant to evoke children's spaces, forcing adult reagents to feel too large for the environment. The lighting flickers periodically, not enough to plunge areas into darkness, but enough to create constant, low-level visual instability. Doors don't function predictably. Some that appear locked will open, others that should open remain sealed. This unpredictability forces reagents to test every potential exit, wasting time and increasing exposure to danger. It also creates the feeling that the facility itself is alive and making decisions about where they can and cannot go, attributing agency to architecture in ways that increase paranoia and helplessness. The sound design is particularly sophisticated. Ambient audio includes children's laughter echoing from indeterminate locations, music boxes playing distorted lullabies, distant crying that might be human or might be mechanical. These sounds create the impression that there are real children somewhere in the facility, invisible but present, suffering in ways reagents can hear but not locate or address. When Mother Gooseberry is nearby, the audio shifts. Her drill becomes audible long before she appears, creating anticipatory dread. Her footsteps have a distinctive shuffling quality that's recognizable once reagents have encountered her, allowing them to track her approximate location by sound. But the facility's acoustics are deliberately distorted, making sounds seem to come from wrong directions or incorrect distances, so that auditory information becomes unreliable for predicting her actual position. The broadcasts that play through speakers throughout the orphanage serve multiple functions. Easterman's voice returns periodically to offer encouragement, to remind reagents of their mission's importance, to frame suffering as purification. Between his messages, there are recordings of children's prayers, distorted to sound threatening rather than innocent. There are lectures about sin and cleanliness delivered in tones that shift between gentle instruction and harsh condemnation. There are what sound like genuine recordings of children crying or begging, creating the impression that real atrocities have occurred or are occurring in the facility. These broadcasts serve as psychological anchors, constantly reinforcing the narrative framework that Signala wants reagents to internalize. The repeated exposure to religious language about sin, purity, and moral worth plants seeds that will later be cultivated through other programming techniques. Even reagents who consciously reject the messages find themselves thinking in those terms, their internal monologue contaminated by phrases and concepts from the broadcasts. When reagents complete objectives in the orphanage trials, they don't receive conventional rewards. Instead, they're granted brief respites, doors that open to allow progression, areas where Mother Gooseberry won't patrol for limited periods. These respites are framed as earned through moral action, reinforcing the narrative that the reagent's suffering has meaning, that their obedience brings relief, that cooperation is the path to survival. But the respites are also opportunities for reflection, moments where reagents must confront what they've done to survive. Have they abandoned other reagents to Mother Gooseberry's attention in order to complete objectives? Have they made choices that prioritized mission completion over helping fellow subjects? Have they internalized the facility's moral framework to the point where they're judging themselves and others through its lens? These moments of forced reflection are where deep psychological damage accumulates. It's one thing to be tortured by external forces. It's another to recognize your own complicity, to see how quickly you adapted to an atrocity environment, to understand that you've already been changed in ways that might be permanent. That recognition doesn't just create trauma, it creates identity damage, fundamental uncertainty about who you are and what you're capable of becoming. The Feed the Children trial operates on similar principles, but with different specifics. Reagents must gather food items and deliver them to stations throughout the orphanage, while following increasingly disturbing instructions. The food itself becomes progressively less wholesome as the trial continues, starting with ordinary items like bread and milk, then moving to partially spoiled products, then to things that are clearly inedible or contaminated. The trial structure forces reagents to engage in the same compliance escalation that defines abusive relationships. If you've already delivered questionable food, refusing to deliver the next slightly worse item feels arbitrary. If you've already participated in feeding mannequins as if they're real children, drawing the line at any particular instruction becomes psychologically difficult. The trial teaches that moral boundaries are arbitrary, that resistance is pointless, and that the path of least suffering runs through complete compliance, regardless of what's being demanded. Mother Gooseberry's interactions with reagents during feeding trials are particularly insidious. She expresses gratitude when they complete tasks, calls them good children, tells them they're doing important work caring for the innocent. This positive reinforcement comes from someone who's otherwise a terrifying threat, creating traumatic bonding where subjects begin to crave her approval and experience genuine emotional warmth when she offers praise. This is the psychological mechanism behind Stockholm Syndrome, where hostages develop positive feelings toward captors. It's not weakness or stupidity, it's a survival adaptation. When someone has complete power over you, when they can provide relief from suffering or inflict additional pain, your brain forms attachments to them as a way of increasing odds of survival. Positive interactions become disproportionately meaningful because they're rare and because they come from someone who could instead be causing harm. Reagents who survive orphanage trials often emerge with profound confusion about their feelings toward Mother Gooseberry. They're terrified of her, hate her for what she's done, and simultaneously feel strange affection or longing for her approval. They describe feeling like children who've disappointed a parent, wanting to explain themselves, wanting another chance to prove they can be good. These feelings don't make sense to them, which creates additional distress and self-doubt. The facility's psychiatric staff document these responses with clinical satisfaction. The confusion, the traumatic bonding, the erosion of moral boundaries all serve the Lathe program's goals of creating psychological malleability. Subjects whose sense of self has been damaged are more receptive to new programming. Subjects who've bonded with their tormentors are more likely to identify with institutional authority. Subjects who've compromised their values once will compromise them again more easily. But there's another layer to Mother Gooseberry's effectiveness that goes beyond the specific trial structures. Her presence creates maternal transference, where reagents unconsciously relate to her as if she's their mother, projecting childhood experiences and needs onto her regardless of who she actually is. This happens because she occupies a maternal role, speaks in maternal language, operates in an environment saturated with childhood imagery, and appears during moments of extreme vulnerability when people regress psychologically toward earlier developmental states. Maternal transference can be therapeutic in controlled clinical settings where a skilled therapist helps patients work through childhood issues by understanding how those issues manifest in the therapeutic relationship. In Sinyala's orphanage, it becomes a weapon. Reagents who begin unconsciously relating to Mother Gooseberry as a mother figure bring all their unresolved childhood needs, traumas, and conflicts into those interactions. She exploits these vulnerabilities without providing the healing or resolution that therapeutic maternal transference would offer. For reagents who had loving mothers, encountering Mother Gooseberry creates profound betrayal. The maternal love they experienced in childhood promised safety and care. Mother Gooseberry presents maternal signals while delivering violence, shattering the association between maternal presence and protection. For reagents who had abusive mothers, she recreates familiar dynamics, triggering childhood survival responses that may not be adaptive in their current situation. For those who never had mothers, she represents what they've always longed for, mixed with confirmation of their worst fears about why they were abandoned. This psychological exploitation of maternal transference is perhaps the most morally reprehensible aspect of her use as a prime asset. Murkoff didn't just weaponize Phyllis Futterman's mental illness against reagents. They weaponized one of the most fundamental human relationships, the bond between mother and child, turning it into an instrument for creating trauma that would persist for subjects' entire lives. The religious language saturating the orphanage trials adds another dimension. The facility is explicitly framed as a place where children's souls are being protected from sin, where moral purity is being maintained through vigilance and cleansing. This religious framework isn't an accidental decoration. It's psychological manipulation designed to engage reagents' moral and spiritual beliefs, to make them question their own worthiness, to create shame that can be exploited in later programming. Mother Gooseberry's religious language, when she's in her maternal persona, presents sin as contamination that spreads from dirty adults to innocent children. She positions herself as the protector preventing that contamination, making reagents the source of spiritual pollution that threatens her children. This framework makes subjects see themselves as inherently corrupting, as beings whose very presence damages innocence, as sinners who need to be cleansed before they can be trusted around the vulnerable. Dr. Futterman's religious language, by contrast, is condemnatory and harsh. He calls reagents sinners, whores, filth that needs to be scrubbed away. He questions whether they're even capable of redemption or if they're fundamentally damned. His language creates profound shame and worthlessness, making subjects feel that they deserve whatever suffering is inflicted because they're morally corrupt at their core. The alternation between these two religious registers, maternal protection and harsh condemnation, creates psychological whiplash. Reagents can't form stable understanding of their moral status. They're simultaneously redeemable children who need guidance and irredeemable sinners who need destruction. This contradiction prevents them from forming coherent self-concept, leaving them vulnerable to whatever new identity Sinyala wants to impose. For reagents with religious backgrounds, the orphanage trials create specific spiritual trauma. Sacred language and imagery they associate with genuine faith are being deployed in service of torture. The cognitive dissonance between their religious beliefs and the facility's perversion of religious themes can destroy the comfort and meaning they derived from faith. They emerge questioning whether God exists, whether religious authority can be trusted, whether their spiritual beliefs have any validity or were always just tools for manipulation and control. For reagents without religious backgrounds, the trials create different damage. They're being subjected to religious framework without having the context to understand or resist it. The language of sin, purity, and redemption becomes embedded in their psyche without any counterbalancing understanding of genuine religious practice or theology. They develop what might be called religious trauma without ever having held religious belief, scarred by faith structures they never chose. The cumulative effect of orphanage trials is reagents who've been damaged along multiple axes simultaneously. Their sense of physical safety has been destroyed through constant threat. Their moral boundaries have been eroded through forced complicity. Their capacity for accurate perception has been undermined through gaslighting and environmental manipulation. Their emotional stability has been shattered through traumatic bonding with someone who alternates between care and cruelty. Their spiritual or philosophical frameworks have been corrupted through perversion of sacred language and concepts. This multi-axis damage serves Sinyala's programming objectives perfectly. Minds that have been broken in so many different ways simultaneously can't mount coherent resistance to new programming because there's no stable foundation from which to resist. The damage doesn't just create vulnerability, it creates a desperate need for something solid to hold on to, some framework that makes sense of the chaos. When that framework is offered through subsequent programming, reagents often accept it gratefully simply because it provides structure to replace the fragments of self that the trials destroyed. Mother Gooseberry's effectiveness as prime asset is measured not just in body count, but in this deeper psychological destruction. Many reagents survive orphanage trials physically. Almost none survive them psychologically intact. The damage she causes persists long after subjects leave her section of the facility, influencing how they respond to later trials, affecting their receptivity to programming, determining whether they'll become successfully programmed assets or join the ex-pops as failed subjects whose minds broke beyond usefulness. But to fully understand Mother Gooseberry's impact, we need to examine her relationship to the other prime assets, how her presence fits into Sinyala's larger ecosystem of terror, and what happens when the facility systems start breaking down. Because the story doesn't end with reagents being successfully programmed and deployed. It continues through the failure and collapse of the Lathe program, through the moments when institutional control slips and the monsters Murkoff created turn on their creators. Mother Gooseberry's role in that collapse, her behavior when oversight disappears and she's left alone with her mannequin children in an orphanage that's become her entire world, reveals the final tragedy of who she became and who she might have been if different choices had been made at every point in her life's trajectory. Chapter 5. The Ecosystem of Prime Assets. Sinyala's prime assets weren't isolated from each other. They existed in a complex ecosystem where their different pathologies interacted, where their territorial claims over facility sections created uneasy hierarchies, where the institutional mechanisms meant to control them had to account for relationships between dangerous individuals who weren't fully under anyone's command. Leland Coyle occupied the police station trials, his domain marked by American flags and institutional authority symbolism. His presentation was overtly masculine, aggressively violent, oriented around dominance and power. He related to reagents as criminal suspects who needed to be broken through interrogation and brutality. His psychological framework was military police hierarchy, where authority flowed from those with badges and weapons, where violence was legitimate when sanctioned by institutional power. Franco Barbie presided over the grotesque carnival of his confession trials, his section decorated with religious imagery, twisted into mockeries of Catholic practice. His approach was cold and methodical, treating reagents as problems requiring efficient solutions rather than as people worthy of engagement. He killed without emotion, extracted confessions without caring whether they were true, performed his role with the detached professionalism of someone for whom murder was simply a job that paid well. Mother Gooseberry controlled the orphanage, her territory marked by childhood imagery and maternal language. Her pathology was explicitly gendered in different ways than the male prime assets, oriented around care and nurturing that had been poisoned into control and violence. Where Coyle projected aggressive masculinity and Barbie projected empty efficiency, Mother Gooseberry projected corrupted femininity, motherhood as smothering and dangerous, care as another form of harm. These different presentations weren't random assignments. Murkoff designed the trial environments to exploit different psychological vulnerabilities in reagents. Some subjects would be more destabilized by aggressive masculine authority, others by cold utilitarian cruelty, others by perverse maternal presence. The variety ensured that regardless of a reagent's background and vulnerabilities, at least one trial environment would strike at their deepest fears and trigger their most profound trauma responses. The prime assets themselves had limited interaction with each other by design. Putting them in close proximity risked conflicts that might lead to their mutual destruction or to alliances that could threaten institutional control. But they weren't completely isolated. They shared common spaces occasionally, passed through transition areas where their territories overlapped, and were aware of each other's presence even when not directly interacting. The documented interactions between prime assets reveal complex dynamics. Coyle reportedly had contempt for Mother Gooseberry, viewing her alternating personalities and emotional expressions as weakness. His pathology centered on strength and dominance, so encountering someone as fragmented and vulnerable as Phyllis triggered his instinct to dominate or dismiss. He referred to her in crude terms when speaking to staff, made clear he considered her inferior, positioned himself as the facility's primary enforcer. Mother Gooseberry's response to Coyle, filtered through her different personalities, was equally contemptuous but expressed differently. The maternal altar pitied him as a broken child who'd never learned proper behavior. Dr. Futterman called him a brute, an animal, someone whose violence lacked purpose or meaning beyond satisfying base urges. Neither personality feared him particularly, suggesting that Phyllis's fragmentation created a kind of psychological armor where threats that should register as dangerous were instead dismissed through different frameworks that each altar employed. Barbie maintained distance from both. His pathology centered on efficiency and detachment, so he had no interest in dominance displays or emotional engagements. He acknowledged Coyle and Mother Gooseberry as other prime assets, avoided their territories to prevent conflicts, and otherwise ignored them. This indifference might have been the most disturbing response, a demonstration that even among the facility's most damaged individuals, Barbie stood apart in his complete absence of engagement with others. The facility staff managed these dynamics through careful scheduling, territory maintenance, and intervention when conflicts seemed likely. Prime assets were valuable resources, expensive to replace and difficult to replicate. Murkoff couldn't simply let them destroy each other or form alliances that might threaten institutional control. The management required was constant and delicate, another hidden cost of trying to weaponize severe mental illness. But managing prime assets required understanding their individual pathologies and needs. Coyle needed validation of his dominance, regular opportunities to exercise power over reagents, and occasional reinforcement from authority figures that his violence was valued and necessary. Without these, he became restless and more likely to direct violence toward staff or other prime assets. With them, he remained within his assigned role, effective at terrorizing reagents through police station trials. Barbie needed very little beyond cigarettes, food, and occasional confirmation that he was fulfilling his assigned functions. His emptiness meant he had few needs that couldn't be met through basic provisions. He didn't require validation or emotional engagement. He simply needed to know what was expected and to be left alone to perform those expectations. This made him simultaneously the easiest prime asset to manage and the most unsettling, because his reliability came from complete absence of internal life rather than from satisfaction or loyalty. Mother Gooseberry needed more complex management. Her different alters had different needs, and staff had to track which personality was currently in control to avoid triggering negative responses. The maternal altar needed to feel that her children were being protected, that her role was important, that she was doing good work, keeping innocents safe from corruption. Dr. Futterman needed to express his contempt and cruelty without being punished for it, needed permission to berate and abuse in ways the puppet format allowed. Other altars needed different things, creating a constantly shifting landscape of management requirements. The staff assigned to Mother Gooseberry learned to speak differently depending on which altar was present. When addressing the maternal persona, they used gentle tones, acknowledged the importance of her protective work, asked about the children's well-being. When Dr. Futterman was in control, they tolerated his verbal abuse, didn't challenge his cruel proclamations, let him express his vitriol without consequences. This required psychological flexibility that many staff members couldn't maintain, leading to high turnover in personnel assigned to orphanage trial management. Some staff members developed their own traumatic responses to working with Mother Gooseberry. They reported nightmares about failing to protect children, intrusive thoughts about their own adequacy as caregivers, profound unease around children in their personal lives. Her presence seemed to infect the psychological space around her, making even people who weren't subjected to her direct attention question their own relationship to innocence, protection, and harm. This infectious quality, where her pathology spread to affect even those managing her, made Mother Gooseberry particularly valuable to Murkoff's research objectives. If a prime asset could damage the psychological well-being of trained staff operating from positions of power and safety, imagine what she could do to vulnerable reagents trapped in her trials with no escape and no framework for understanding what they were experiencing. The facility tracked these effects carefully. Staff working with prime assets underwent regular psychological evaluations designed to catch early signs of contamination, the term Murkoff used internally for when personnel began exhibiting symptoms similar to the pathologies they were managing. Contamination was considered acceptable within limits, actually useful for helping staff anticipate prime asset behaviors, but it required monitoring to prevent staff from becoming liabilities rather than assets. This created its own ethical nightmare that facility administrators never adequately addressed. They were deliberately exposing staff to psychologically harmful conditions, monitoring the damage, and only intervening when that damage threatened operational efficiency. The staff members themselves weren't fully informed about contamination risks, weren't given genuine choice about whether to accept psychological harm as part of their employment, and weren't provided with adequate treatment when damage occurred. In this sense, Sinyala's institutional cruelty extended beyond reagents to encompass everyone within the facility's walls. Prime assets were weapons being aimed at test subjects. Staff were instruments being used to manage those weapons. Everyone was expendable in service of Murkoff's research objectives, valued only for their utility, discarded when they became more costly than useful. The question that emerges from examining this ecosystem is whether institutional evil requires individually evil people, or whether ordinary people placed in systems structured around harm inevitably become perpetrators. The staff managing Mother Gooseberry weren't necessarily sadists who enjoyed others' suffering. Many were psychiatrists and psychologists who'd entered the field hoping to help people, who'd been recruited through legitimate channels offering prestigious research positions, who only gradually recognized the true nature of Signala's work. By the time they understood what they were participating in, they'd already invested years, had classified security clearances that made leaving complicated, had witnessed things that made them complicit whether or not they'd personally harmed anyone. Some justified their continued participation through various rationalization strategies. Some became genuinely corrupted, their values shifting to align with institutional priorities. Some suffered profound moral injury, but stayed because they couldn't imagine alternatives or feared retaliation if they tried to leave or expose the facility. This spectrum of staff responses mirrors the spectrum of reagent responses to trials. Just as reagents could be broken and programmed through systematic exposure to impossible choices, staff could be acculturated to atrocity through gradual normalization of horror. The mechanisms were different, but the underlying principle was the same. Humans adapt to their environments, and environments structured around harm produce adapted humans who accept that harm as normal. Mother Gooseberry's interactions with staff occasionally broke through the professional distance they tried to maintain. The maternal altar would express concern for staff members she interacted with regularly, ask about their lives, offer motherly advice delivered with genuine warmth. These moments were disorienting for staff who knew what she did to reagents, who'd witnessed her cruelty and violence, who understood that her care was contaminated and dangerous even when it felt genuine. Some staff members found themselves responding to her maternal expressions with real emotional warmth, feeling comforted by her concern, wanting her approval. Then they'd witness her shift into Dr. Futterman's cruelty, or watch her pursue a reagent with her drill, and the dissonance would create profound psychological discomfort. How could the person who'd just asked warmly about their children be the same person drilling into someone's body while they screamed? This dissonance is part of what makes cluster B personality disorders and severe dissociative disorders so difficult for others to process. The person can genuinely contain contradictory presentations that are all real. Mother Gooseberry's maternal warmth wasn't fake performance hiding true cruelty. Her cruelty wasn't the real self hidden beneath false warmth. Both were genuine expressions of different parts of a fractured psyche, and observers had to hold both truths simultaneously without being able to resolve them into simple narratives about who she really was. The facility's research documentation treats prime assets like interesting psychological specimens, detailed clinical observations about their behaviors, pathologies, and effectiveness at producing desired outcomes in reagents. But occasionally personal notes from individual staff members reveal different perspectives: horror at what they're participating in, sympathy for prime assets as victims who've been exploited rather than just as dangerous individuals requiring management, recognition that the facility is producing atrocities that will never be justified by research outcomes, regardless of how successful the programming becomes. These dissenting perspectives were suppressed within institutional culture. Staff who expressed too much sympathy for prime assets or reagents were reassigned or terminated. Staff who questioned the ethics of Lathe program objectives found themselves under investigation for security violations. The message was clear: your role is to produce results, not to make moral judgments about those results. If you can't maintain that professional distance, you'll be replaced by someone who can. This suppression of dissent is how institutional atrocities persist. Most people within harmful systems aren't enthusiastic perpetrators. They're people with reservations and doubts who've been taught that expressing those reservations will cost them their positions, their reputations, possibly their freedom if they've witnessed classified operations. They continue participating not because they believe the work is right, but because they've calculated that the personal cost of resistance exceeds the benefit, a calculation that's accurate given how institutions punish whistleblowers and protect their own operations. Mother Gooseberry, like the other prime assets, existed within this system as both victim and component. She was being exploited, her mental illness weaponized for purposes that would never benefit her. She was also exploiting others, causing immense suffering to reagents who'd done nothing to deserve what she inflicted. Both realities coexisted without negating each other, creating moral complexity that easy narratives about victims and perpetrators can't accommodate. The facility's eventual collapse, when it came, didn't resolve these complexities. It simply changed who had power and what they did with it. When institutional control failed, and the carefully managed ecosystem of prime assets broke down, when staff fled and reagents either escaped or died or went mad, the facility became something different, a prison where the inmates had won but had nowhere to go and nothing to win except continuation of their own existence in an environment that had destroyed everyone who entered it. Mother Gooseberry's behavior during and after that collapse reveals what she became when all external structure disappeared, when there were no more reagents to process, no more staff to manage her, no more institutional purposes to serve. She remained in the orphanage with her mannequin children, continuing routines that had lost all meaning, performing maternal care for plastic children who would never grow or change or leave, trapped in an eternal present where the only certainty was that yesterday looked exactly like today and tomorrow would bring no variation. That image of a profoundly damaged woman caring for mannequins in an abandoned facility might be the most tragic outcome in Sinyala's history. Not the reagents who died or went mad, not the staff who were corrupted or traumatized, but the prime assets who survived everything only to find themselves imprisoned by their own pathologies in empty spaces where they'd once terrorized others, where they'd once been useful to institutional power, now forgotten and irrelevant, continuing to perform roles no one needed them to perform anymore. Chapter 6. The psychology of maternal horror. To understand why Mother Gooseberry creates such profound psychological impact, we need to examine maternal horror as its own subcategory of terror, distinct from other forms of fear and operating through mechanisms that bypass rational thought to strike at emotional foundations formed in earliest childhood. Maternal figures occupy a unique psychological space. For most people, regardless of whether their actual mothers were loving or harmful, the concept of mother carries associations with safety, nurturing, and unconditional care. These associations form before language, before conscious memory, in the developmental period when infants depend completely on caretakers for survival. The nervous system learns that maternal presence means safety, that maternal attention means needs will be met, that maternal care protects against threats. When maternal figures violate these deep associations, when they become sources of threat rather than protection, the psychological impact is catastrophic in ways that threats from other sources aren't. The violation occurs at a pre-rational level, activating survival fears from developmental periods, when lack of maternal care meant literal death, when being abandoned or harmed by one's mother was an existential threat that couldn't be survived. Horror that exploits maternal violation appears across cultures and throughout literary history. Evil stepmothers in fairy tales, mothers who consume their children in Greek mythology, religious imagery of corrupted Madonnas. These recurring motifs suggest something universal about maternal horror, that it touches fears so fundamental they transcend cultural specifics and speak to shared human vulnerability around dependence and care. Mother Gooseberry embodies maternal horror through her alternation between care and cruelty without warning or logic. When she speaks in her maternal voice, calling reagents her little ones, and expressing concern for their spiritual well-being, she's activating their associations with maternal care, triggering unconscious responses formed in earliest childhood. For a moment, at a level below conscious thought, reagents' nervous systems register her as safe, as someone who might protect them. Then she shifts. Dr. Futterman emerges, or the maternal voice turns harsh, or the drill starts whining and she's suddenly pursuing them with lethal intent. The safety signal becomes a threat signal without a transitional period, creating whiplash that the nervous system can't accommodate. The rapid alternation between care and danger means reagents can never psychologically adapt to either state. They're caught in constant oscillation between relief and terror, between wanting to approach her for comfort and needing to flee from her to survive. This exploitation of maternal associations is why many reagents describe Mother Gooseberry as the most psychologically disturbing prime asset, despite Coil being more aggressively violent and Barbie being more coldly dangerous. Coil triggers fears around authority and physical harm. Barbie triggers fears around meaninglessness and efficient cruelty. But Mother Gooseberry triggers fears around betrayal of the most fundamental human relationship, the bond that should provide safety above all else. The orphanage setting amplifies this maternal horror by surrounding it with childhood imagery. Reagents are adult, but the environment is scaled and decorated for children, creating cognitive dissonance where they feel simultaneously too large for the space and psychologically regress to younger ages. This regression is a psychological defense mechanism, the mind returning to earlier developmental states under extreme stress, trying to access coping strategies from childhood, even though those strategies are rarely effective in adult situations. When regression happens in an environment saturated with childhood imagery, while being pursued by a corrupted maternal figure, it creates a perfect psychological storm. Reagents aren't just frightened, they're frightened in the specific way that children are frightened when they realize parents might not be safe, might not protect them, might actually be the source of danger. That childhood fear, when accessed by adult consciousness that knows how dangerous the situation actually is, produces terror that combines the worst elements of both developmental periods. The mannequin children serve as witnesses to this maternal horror. Their frozen faces, their eternal stillness, their placement throughout the orphanage and tableaus of normal childhood, all suggest that this corruption of maternal care has been going on forever, that the orphanage has always been this way, that countless children have passed through and been violated by the same maternal figure now pursuing current reagents. The mannequins are both symbols of innocence destroyed and reminders that corruption isn't new or exceptional. It's the permanent state of this environment. Some psychological theorists have examined maternal horror through the lens of the devouring mother archetype, the symbolic figure who consumes her children rather than nurturing them, who views offspring as extensions of herself rather than separate beings, who expresses love through suffocating control. This archetype appears in myths like Kronos eating his children, in fairy tales like Hansel and Gretel's Witch, in cultural anxieties about mothers who won't let go or who are damaged through excessive care. Mother Gooseberry embodies the devouring mother literally and symbolically. She wants to keep her children pure, which means controlling every aspect of their existence, preventing them from growing or changing or leaving. The mannequins represent this desire made manifest. Children who will never age, never develop independence, never abandon her. They're preserved in eternal childhood, which looks like perfect motherhood, but is actually perfect. Control, love expressed as permanent imprisonment. Her drill, the weapon she uses to enforce this control, carries its own symbolic weight. Drills penetrate, violate boundaries, bore into things that should remain sealed. The violence she enacts with the drill mirrors the psychological violence of maternal figures who can't respect children's boundaries, who treat their children's bodies and minds as territory they have the right to invade, who believe that maternal love grants permission to violate autonomy. The sound of the drill, that high-pitched mechanical whine, also evokes dentistry, connecting directly to Phyllis's childhood trauma with her dentist father. For her, the drill's sound likely triggers memories of her father's office, of pain inflicted under guise of care, of being told that harm was actually help. For reagents who hear it echoing through orphanage corridors, it's simply terror, a sound that promises pain and has no positive associations to counterbalance that threat. Religious language around sin and purity adds another dimension to Mother Gooseberry's maternal horror. She's not just protecting children physically, she's protecting their souls, maintaining their innocence by preventing corruption from sinful adults. This religious framing transforms maternal possessiveness into sacred duty, love into a moral imperative that justifies any action regardless of harm inflicted. This mirrors how actual abusive parents often justify their behavior. They're not hurting their children, they're saving them. They're not being cruel, they're being vigilant against threats only they can see. They're not expressing pathology, they're expressing exceptional love that requires exceptional measures. Mother Gooseberry's religious language makes explicit what many abusive parents imply, that their violence serves higher purpose, that suffering they inflict is necessary for spiritual well-being, that being harmed by someone who loves you is somehow better than being untouched by someone who doesn't care. For reagents who experience maternal abuse in their actual childhoods, encountering Mother Gooseberry creates traumatic resonance where facility horror and childhood trauma merge into a single overwhelming experience. She doesn't just frighten them, she recreates their worst memories, validates their fears that maternal love was always dangerous, confirms that the person who should have protected them was actually the primary threat. This resonance can cause complete psychological breakdown, regression to childhood states where they're unable to function as adults, activation of survival strategies that once helped them endure abuse but are maladaptive in current situations. For reagents who had loving mothers, the experience is different but equally disturbing. Mother Gooseberry violates their positive associations with maternal care, teaches them that motherly concern can be disguised for predation, makes them question whether their own mother's love was genuine or whether it might have contained hidden cruelty they were too young to recognize. This corruption of positive memories creates its own trauma, taking what should be a source of strength and comfort and transforming it into a source of doubt and fear. The psychological literature on maternal trauma emphasizes that harm from mothers creates different kinds of damage than harm from fathers or other figures. Mothers are typically primary attachment figures in early development, people whose care determines whether infants develop secure attachment, basic trust, and capacity for healthy relationships. When mothers are the source of harm, they damage these foundational capacities, creating insecure attachment, basic mistrust, and difficulty forming healthy relationships that persists throughout life. Mother Gooseberry exploits this by operating in the exact psychological territory that maternal trauma occupies. She offers care that's actually harmful. She expresses love through violence. She positions herself as protector while being the primary threat. She makes reagents need her approval while ensuring they can never fully obtain it. Every interaction with her recreates the dynamics of maternal abuse, teaching lessons about relationships that will contaminate victims' capacity for trust and connection long after they escape the facility. The alternating personalities add an additional layer to maternal horror. Reagents can't form a stable understanding of who Mother Gooseberry is because she's different people at different times, each with different relationships to them. The maternal alter might genuinely want to protect them. Dr. Futterman might genuinely want to destroy them. Other alters might have entirely different agendas. This multiplicity means reagents can't predict her behavior, can't learn strategies for managing interactions with her, can't develop a working model of who she is that might allow them to anticipate her responses. This unpredictability mirrors what children experience with parents who have severe mental illness or personality disorders. The parent who was loving yesterday is rageful today for no discernible reason. The parent who promised protection last week is the source of threat this week. Children can't understand that the instability comes from the parent's internal state rather than from anything they did wrong, so they assume they're at fault, that they could control the parent's behavior if they just figured out the right pattern of actions, that they're responsible for managing the parent's emotions and well-being. Mother Gooseberry creates this same dynamic with reagents. They desperately try to figure out what makes her shift between personalities, what they can do to keep the gentle persona present and prevent the cruel one from emerging, how they can be good enough children that she'll stop hurting them. This desperate calculation is pointless. Her switches are driven by internal mechanisms they can't influence, but the environment provides no feedback that would allow them to recognize this. So they continue trying, continue blaming themselves when she turns violent, continue believing that their behavior determines whether she's safe or dangerous. This psychological trap, where victims assume responsibility for perpetrators' behavior, is central to how abuse perpetuates itself. Children who believe they caused their parents' cruelty will try to be better children rather than recognizing that the problem lies with the parents. Adults who believe they caused their partner's violence will try to be better partners rather than leaving. Reagents who believe their behavior determines Mother Gooseberry's responses will try to be better subjects rather than recognizing that the facility itself is the problem and that cooperation serves their destruction rather than their survival. Breaking this psychological trap requires external intervention, someone providing reality testing that contradicts the distorted framework the abusive relationship creates. But at Sinyala, there is no external intervention. Staff reinforce the distorted framework by framing trials as tests of moral worth rather than as torture. Other reagents are too fragmented and traumatized to provide reliable reality testing. The environment itself constantly reinforces the narrative that suffering has meaning. that compliance brings relief, that victims are responsible for managing perpetrators' behavior. Without intervention, most reagents internalize the lessons Mother Gooseberry teaches. They learn that maternal care is dangerous, that expressing vulnerability invites violation, that the people who claim to love you are the ones most likely to harm you, that protection and threat come from the same source and can't be separated. These lessons damage their capacity for healthy relationships permanently, creating trust issues, attachment problems, and relationship patterns that replicate abusive dynamics, even in situations where healthier patterns are possible. The tragedy is that Phyllis Futterman is teaching lessons she learned from her own childhood, perpetuating cycle of maternal trauma through generations. Her father taught her that care means control and love means cruelty. She teaches the same lessons to reagents she encounters. If those reagents survive and later have children, they'll likely struggle to provide healthy parenting because their understanding of maternal care has been contaminated. The trauma doesn't stay contained to individuals, it spreads through relationships and across generations, damaging families and communities in ways that are difficult to trace back to original sources, but that persist long after those sources are dead. This generational transmission of trauma is why Mother Gooseberry's story matters beyond just understanding one character in one game. She represents how abuse perpetuates, how damaged people create more damaged people, how institutional failures to intervene at early stages lead to exponentially growing harm as each untreated victim becomes a potential perpetrator of similar abuse. Her existence indicts not just Murkoff Corporation, but every system that recognized her suffering at various points and chose exploitation or punishment over treatment and healing. Chapter 7. The Collapse and What Came After. The Lathe program didn't fail suddenly. It deteriorated gradually through accumulating problems that Murkoff's institutional structure couldn't effectively address, through contradictions between stated objectives and actual outcomes, through the inevitable consequences of trying to control people whose minds had been deliberately broken in ways that made control difficult. By the early 1960s, Sinyala was producing questionable results. Some reagents were successfully programmed, emerging from trials as individuals whose resistance had been broken and who followed instructions with disturbing compliance. But the programming wasn't reliable. Subjects who seemed successfully conditioned would suddenly break their programming, reverting to pre-trial identities or developing new pathologies that made them dangerous rather than useful. Other subjects broke so completely that they became ex-pops, violent shells of humans who attacked anything that moved and had to be contained in facility sections where they could shamble endlessly without escaping or causing damage to valuable assets. The prime assets presented different problems. They were effective at terrorizing reagents and producing desired psychological damage, but they weren't controllable in ways that would allow external deployment. Coyle couldn't be sent into field operations because he'd likely attack his own handlers or get distracted pursuing personal vendettas. Barbie was reliable but so emotionally flat that he couldn't blend into normal society. He'd be immediately recognizable as someone profoundly wrong. Mother Gooseberry couldn't maintain coherent identity long enough to complete complex missions, and her maternal fixation made her effective only in specific environments rather than generally deployable. Murkoff's corporate leadership began questioning whether the investment in Sinyala was producing returns worth the cost. The facility was expensive to maintain, required specialized staff who were difficult to recruit and retain, and operated under security requirements that made oversight complicated. The Cold War arms race that had justified programs like Lathe was evolving, with nuclear deterrence replacing human intelligence operations as the primary strategic focus. The kind of sleeper agents Sinyala was trying to create seemed less valuable in a world where conflicts might be decided by missile strikes rather than infiltration operations. Internal documents from this period reveal growing tensions between facility administrators who insisted the research needed more time and corporate executives who wanted results that could justify continued funding. The administrators argued that understanding human consciousness and programming was inherently difficult, that setbacks were expected, that they were learning valuable lessons even from subjects who failed to complete programming successfully. The executives countered that learning lessons without producing deployable assets wasn't sufficient return on investment, that other research avenues might be more profitable, that Sinyala was becoming a liability rather than an asset as the political climate shifted toward exposing unethical government research programs. The conflict was never fully resolved because external events intervened. The exact nature of what happened at Sinyala in 1964 remains partially classified, but enough information has leaked to reconstruct the basic sequence. A trial went catastrophically wrong, possibly involving reagents who'd been pushed too far and found enough residual agency to organize resistance, possibly involving prime assets whose conflicts with each other or with staff escalated beyond manageable limits, possibly involving equipment failures or pharmaceutical errors that created opportunity for chaos to spread. Whatever the trigger, the facility's control systems broke down. Reagents who should have been locked in cells or confined to trial environments escaped those boundaries. Ex-pops who should have been contained in isolated sections flooded into areas where staff and prime assets operated. The careful ecosystem that administrators had maintained through constant vigilance and intervention collapsed into chaos where the only rule was survival and the only certainty was violence. Staff fled. The documentation shows emergency protocols being activated, evacuation procedures initiated, personnel abandoning their posts and racing toward exits, while behind them the facility they'd controlled transformed into something unrecognizable. Some staff members didn't make it out. They were caught by ex-pops or by reagents who'd spent months being tortured and saw an opportunity for revenge. Others escaped physically but carried psychological damage that would never fully heal. Nightmares about being pursued through corridors they once walked confidently, guilt about abandoning subjects they'd been monitoring, horror at recognizing their own complicity in creating the nightmare they barely survived. Murkoff's corporate response was swift and comprehensive. The facility was sealed from outside, all access roads blocked, perimeter security established at distances that would prevent escapees from reaching civilization. Official records were altered to indicate that Sinyala had been decommissioned years earlier, that no active operations were occurring at the Arizona site, that any reports of activity were either misunderstandings or fabrications. Personnel who'd worked at the facility were bound by non-disclosure agreements backed by legal threats and, occasionally, more direct forms of intimidation. The company's position was clear. Sinyala had never conducted unethical research, had never held prisoners against their will, had never created the horrors that were now contained behind chain-link fences and armed guards in the desert. Inside the sealed facility, a different reality emerged. The reagents who'd escaped their trials but couldn't escape the facility itself formed desperate communities, trying to avoid both ex-pops and prime assets while searching for food, water, and any possible exit. Most died within weeks, either killed by the facility's other inhabitants or succumbing to injuries, dehydration, or simple despair. A few survived longer by learning the facility's hidden spaces, by moving constantly, by becoming predators themselves when necessary to take resources from weaker survivors. The ex-pops continued their mindless violence, no longer directed by trial objectives or contained by facility systems. They shambled through corridors, attacked anything that moved, and occasionally killed each other through chance encounters that ended with the weaker subject torn apart. They represented the program's complete failures, people whose minds had been so thoroughly destroyed that nothing recognizable as human consciousness remained, only base instincts and programmed violence operating in bodies that would continue until injury or malnutrition finally stopped them. The prime assets, now without institutional purpose or management, retreated to their respective territories and continued performing roles that no longer served any function beyond their own psychological needs. This is where Mother Gooseberry's story becomes most tragic, because unlike Coyle, who might have enjoyed his freedom to inflict violence without constraint, unlike Barbie, who simply continued existing with minimal needs or desires, Phyllis Futterman had nothing without her institutional role. She remained in the orphanage. The mannequin children were still there, sitting in their eternal stillness, frozen in postures of childhood normalcy. The facility's power systems continued functioning for some time after the collapse, so the lights stayed on. The intercoms occasionally crackled with fragments of old broadcasts. The environmental controls maintained temperature and humidity at levels designed for human comfort. In this preserved bubble of institutional functionality, Mother Gooseberry continued her routines. She patrolled the hallways, her drill carried like it had always been, though now there were no reagents to hunt. She spoke to the mannequin children, adjusting their clothing, positioning them for lessons or meals, having conversations where Dr. Futterman berated them and the maternal altar soothed them. She maintained the space as if trials were still occurring, as if Murkoff's staff were still monitoring, as if her performance of maternal care and violence still served institutional purposes. This continuation of routine despite loss of all external structure reveals something profound about severe mental illness and institutional conditioning. Phyllis had no independent identity outside her role as Mother Gooseberry. The fragmentation that had begun in childhood and accelerated through television career, imprisonment, and Signala's exploitation had left her with nothing but the performance. When institutional structure disappeared, she couldn't revert to some pre-institutional self because that self had never existed as a coherent entity. She could only continue being what she'd been made into, a collection of personalities organized around maternal horror, now performing for an audience of plastic children in an abandoned facility that had become her entire world. The few reagents who survived long enough to explore the sealed facility and who later provided testimony describe encountering her months or even years after the collapse. She was still there, still patrolling, still speaking to mannequins. But something had changed. Without fresh reagents to terrorize, without institutional validation that her violence served purpose, she'd become more pathetic than terrifying. The drill still whined when she carried it, but her movements were slower, more mechanical. The personality switches still occurred, but they seemed automated, like recordings playing at scheduled intervals rather than genuine dissociative episodes. One survivor described finding her in the orphanage chapel, sitting among mannequin children arranged in pews, delivering a sermon that alternated between Mother Gooseberry's gentle instruction about purity and Dr. Futterman's harsh condemnation of sin. She didn't react to the survivors' presence, didn't pursue or acknowledge them, simply continued her performance as if the audience didn't matter, as if the content mattered, as if any of it had ever mattered beyond the institutional purposes that no longer existed. Another survivor reported that she'd apparently been maintaining the mannequins with increasing desperation as time passed and materials ran out. Some mannequins wore clothing that had been mended dozens of times, stitched with whatever materials she could scavenge. Others had been positioned to hide damage, turned toward walls to conceal missing limbs or broken faces. The orphanage itself showed signs of deterioration that she'd tried to address with inadequate tools and materials, paint peeling from walls she'd attempted to touch up, broken windows covered with makeshift repairs, floors she'd cleaned with water, but no proper supplies, so the grime had simply been spread rather than removed. These attempts at maintenance, this desperate effort to preserve an environment that was inexorably decaying, represent the ultimate futility of her existence post-collapse. She was trying to maintain normalcy in an abnormal situation, trying to perform care in an environment where care was impossible, trying to be a mother to children who weren't real and never had been. The performance had always been hollow, but institutional structure had given it purpose. Without that structure, the hollowness became visible even to her fractured consciousness, and what emerged was despair dressed as routine, meaninglessness dressed as duty. The question of what happened to Mother Gooseberry ultimately is complicated by contradictory accounts and Murkoff's systematic erasure of evidence. Some reports suggest she died in the sealed facility, either from natural causes as she aged, or from encounters with ex-pops who eventually breached the orphanage section. Other reports suggest she was retrieved during one of Murkoff's occasional incursions to recover data or equipment, taken back into custody, and held in a different facility where she'd continue to be useful for research purposes. The most disturbing possibility, suggested by documents connected to later Murkoff operations, is that she survived and was eventually transferred to Mount Massive Asylum when that facility became the corporation's primary psychiatric research site. If true, this would mean Phyllis Futterman experienced the morphogenic engine experiments that created the wall rider, that she was subjected to even more extreme psychological torture than Sinyala had inflicted, that her fragmentation was pushed to limits that made her earlier pathology look mild by comparison. There's no definitive proof of this transfer, but certain details from Mount Massive's records suggest her presence. References to a female variant with dissociative identity disorder who expressed maternal fixations, descriptions of a subject who maintained conversations with invisible children and who showed unusual resistance to the engine's effects, possibly because her mind was already so fragmented that further fragmentation was difficult to achieve. Documented incidents of staff being psychologically affected by proximity to a specific variant in ways that mirror the contamination effects observed at Sinyala. If she did end up at Mount Massive, her fate there would have been grim. The morphogenic engine was more advanced and more brutal than anything at Sinyala, designed not to program subjects but to produce the biological and technological horror that became the Wall Rider. Subjects exposed to the engine experienced psychological torture that made Sinyala's trials look humane by comparison. Forced to remain conscious during nightmare scenarios that lasted hours or days, their brains flooded with imagery designed to maximize trauma and break down all boundaries between self and other, real and imaginary, human and something else entirely. A mind as fragmented as Phyllis's, subjected to the engine, would have experienced something beyond conventional description. The different alters might have experienced the engine differently, creating multiple trauma responses that could never integrate into coherent understanding. The maternal, Walter might have experienced the engine's nightmares as threats to children requiring protection. Dr. Futterman might have experienced them as confirmation of human worthlessness and sin. Other alters might have fractured further, creating new personalities to hold new traumas, proliferating into dozens of fragments that cycled through consciousness without any central organizing principle. But this is speculation based on fragmentary evidence, filling gaps that Murkoff's systematic destruction of records created. What's certain is that Phyllis Futterman's story doesn't have a clean resolution, no moment of redemption or healing, no recognition of the injustices inflicted on her, no accountability for the people and institutions that exploited her damaged mind for purposes that served everyone except her. Her story simply stops appearing in records, whether because she died or because her continued existence became classified at levels beyond what whistleblowers and investigators could access. She vanishes from documentation the way so many victims of unethical research vanish, their suffering recorded in clinical notes that treat them as interesting case studies rather than as people whose lives mattered, whose pain wasn't abstract data but visceral experience, whose humanity should have protected them from being used as instruments of research, regardless of what useful knowledge that research might produce. The broader question her story raises is what happens to all the other Phyllis Futtermans, people whose childhoods damage them in ways that make them vulnerable to exploitation, whose mental illness makes them visible to predatory institutions looking for specific pathological profiles, whose suffering becomes resources that corporations and governments extract like any other valuable commodity. How many are currently held in facilities whose existence isn't public knowledge, subjected to research that would be illegal if oversight agencies knew it was happening, their absence from normal life explained by official stories that hide their actual whereabouts and fates. The pharmaceutical industry continues to need test subjects for experimental medications. The military continues to research psychological resilience and enhanced interrogation techniques. Intelligence agencies continue to explore consciousness alteration and behavioral programming. All of these domains require human subjects, and all have documented histories of recruiting those subjects from vulnerable populations whose complaints won't be believed and whose disappearances won't be investigated. Phyllis Futterman's story happened in the 1950s and 60s, but the conditions that made her exploitation possible haven't disappeared. They've evolved, become more sophisticated in their methods, and more careful about documentation, but the fundamental dynamics remain. Institutions with resources and authority identify vulnerable individuals, offer help that's actually harm, and extract value while providing nothing resembling care or healing. The horror of Mother Gooseberry isn't just that she terrified reagents in an Arizona facility decades ago. It's that she represents ongoing reality for people whose damage makes them useful to institutions that view human suffering as an acceptable cost of advancing research, maintaining security, or maximizing profit. Her story is historical fact and present warning, testament to what happened and prediction of what continues happening in places we don't see to people we don't think about. Chapter 8. The Psychological Legacy Understanding. Mother Gooseberry requires understanding what she teaches about trauma, abuse, and institutional exploitation. Her story isn't just horror entertainment or historical documentation of unethical research. It's a case study in how damage perpetuates, how victims become perpetrators, and how institutions accelerate cycles of harm that might otherwise be interrupted through intervention and healing. The first lesson is about childhood trauma's long-term consequences. Phyllis's abuse by her father didn't just create immediate suffering during her childhood, it shaped her personality structure, determined what kind of relationships she could form, influenced what behaviors felt normal versus what triggered distress, and established templates for expressing emotion and connecting with others that persisted throughout her life. This persistence isn't weakness or choice, it's neurobiology. Childhood trauma literally changes brain development, affecting structures responsible for emotional regulation, threat perception, and social bonding. The hippocampus, which processes memory, often develops differently in traumatized children, making it difficult to distinguish past threats from present safety. The amygdala, which triggers fear responses, becomes hyperactive, creating constant state of vigilance and overreaction to potential threats. The prefrontal cortex, which regulates emotion and impulse, develops less robust connections with other brain regions, reducing capacity for emotional control and deliberate decision making. These neurobiological changes mean that trauma survivors aren't just remembering their abuse, they're perceiving present reality through lens shaped by trauma, with nervous systems that treat current environments as if they contain the same threats that childhood environments contained. Phyllis's inability to form healthy relationships, her alternation between desperate need for approval and defensive cruelty, her fragmentation into alters that could each handle different aspects of experience, all reflect brain adaptation to early trauma that became permanent personality features. The second lesson is about dissociation as survival mechanism and as vulnerability. Phyllis's dissociative identity disorder allowed her to survive childhood that might otherwise have been psychologically lethal. By fragmenting into separate personalities that could each handle different aspects of her experience, her psyche distributed traumatic burden in ways that prevented total collapse. This was adaptive response, creative solution to impossible problem, evidence of human consciousness's remarkable ability to find ways to persist even in most hostile circumstances. But the same fragmentation that enabled survival also created vulnerability to exploitation. A unified personality can resist programming because resistance comes from stable sense of self that can't easily be overwritten. A fragmented personality has no stable center to defend, just collection of alters that can potentially be manipulated individually, turned against each other, or suppressed in favor of alters that serve institutional purposes better. Murkoff recognized this vulnerability and exploited it. Instead of trying to create dissociation in Phyllis the way they tried to create psychological damage in Reagents, they simply encouraged her most harmful alters to take control more frequently, suppressed alters that might retain empathy or moral constraint, and created environmental conditions where her fragmentation would deepen rather than heal. They weaponized her survival mechanism, turning adaptive response to childhood trauma into instrument for inflicting trauma on others. The third lesson is about institutional failure to protect vulnerable individuals. At multiple points in Phyllis's life trajectory, intervention could have altered outcomes. When she was a child being abused, teachers or neighbors or medical professionals might have noticed signs and reported to authorities. When she was a young adult experiencing severe dissociation after her father's death, mental health professionals could have provided trauma treatment. When she was building a cult through her television program, entertainment industry oversight or law enforcement could have intervened before the situation escalated to violence. When she was in Holmesburg prison experiencing severe deterioration, the prison system could have provided psychiatric care. None of these interventions occurred, or they occurred too late and inadequately to alter her trajectory. The failures weren't random bad luck. They reflected systematic problems with how American society handles child abuse, mental illness, cult behavior, and prisoner health care. Teachers and neighbors often don't report suspected abuse because they're unsure, don't want to get involved, or trust that authorities won't take action. Mental health treatment is expensive and often inaccessible for people without resources or supportive families. Entertainment industry oversight focuses on content rather than on performers' well-being or their effects on audiences. Prisons provide minimal psychiatric care because inmates are viewed as undeserving of resource investment. These systemic failures create pipeline from childhood vulnerability to institutional exploitation. People like Phyllis fall through every safety net, accumulate damage at each stage where intervention could have occurred, and eventually become so broken that predatory institutions are the only entities interested in them. Murkoff didn't have to create Mother Gooseberry's pathology from scratch. They just had to identify someone society had already damaged and offer her a context where that damage would be useful rather than just tragic. The fourth lesson is about the victim-perpetrator binary's inadequacy for understanding complex trauma cases. Western moral frameworks tend to divide people into victims and perpetrators, innocent and guilty, people who deserve sympathy and people who deserve punishment. These categories work well for clear-cut cases where someone with power and agency deliberately harms someone without power or agency. They work poorly for cases like Phyllis's, where the same person occupies both categories simultaneously. She was victim of childhood abuse that destroyed her capacity for healthy relationships and normal identity development. She was perpetrator of cult manipulation, murder of police officers, and systematic torture of reagents at Sinyala. Both realities are true. Neither negates the other. Her victimization doesn't excuse her perpetration, and her perpetration doesn't erase her victimization. Holding both truths requires uncomfortable moral complexity. It means acknowledging that someone can be simultaneously deserving of sympathy for suffering they experience and accountable for suffering they inflicted. It means recognizing that understanding how someone became a monster doesn't obligate us to minimize the monstrosity or to withhold moral judgment. It means accepting that some people's stories don't offer clear heroes and villains, just complicated humans whose damage creates damage in spreading waves that destroy everyone they touch. The fifth lesson is about institutional evil's banality. Murkoff Corporation didn't recruit mustache-twirling villains who enjoyed causing suffering for its own sake. They recruited psychiatrists, psychologists, administrators, and security personnel who were doing jobs, following protocols, advancing research objectives that were framed as legitimate national security priorities. Most of these people probably didn't think of themselves as evil. They justified their participation through various rationalizations, compartmentalization, deference to authority, and gradual normalization of atrocity. This ordinariness is more disturbing than exceptional evil because it suggests that most people, placed in similar institutional contexts with similar incentives and constraints, would behave similarly. The capacity for participating in atrocity isn't rare pathology found only in obviously damaged individuals. It's normal human adaptation to institutional structures that reward compliance and punish dissent, that frame harm as necessary for important purposes, that distribute responsibility so widely that no single person feels accountable for overall outcomes. Mother Gooseberry's existence required hundreds of people making individual decisions to participate in her exploitation. the Murkoff executives who approved Signala's funding, the recruiters who identified her as suitable candidate, the administrators who processed her into the facility, the psychiatric staff who monitored her and adjusted protocols to maximize her effectiveness, the guards who maintained facility security, the researchers who documented outcomes. Each person made choices that seemed defensible in isolation but that collectively produced systematic torture. If we view only Phyllis as monster, we miss the larger monstrosity of system that create and deploy people like her. If we view only Murkoff executives as villains, we miss how their evil was implemented by ordinary people doing ordinary jobs. Understanding institutional evil requires examining both exceptional individuals and banal implementation, both the dramatic violence and the mundane paperwork that made violence possible. The sixth lesson is about maternal horror's specific potency. Mother Gooseberry isn't frightening just because she's violent or unpredictable. She's frightening because she violates fundamental associations with maternal care, because she uses language and imagery of love and protection while inflicting harm, because she creates cognitive dissonance that bypasses rational thought and strikes at emotional foundations formed before consciousness. This specific form of horror reveals deep truths about human vulnerability. We're born helpless, dependent on caretakers for survival, neurologically designed to attach to maternal figures and to trust that attachment will bring safety. When those foundations are betrayed, when the person who should protect becomes the threat, the psychological damage is profound and persistent in ways that other traumas aren't. Maternal horror in fiction often gets dismissed as exploiting cheap shock value, using taboo violation for easy scares. But the best maternal horror, the kind that Mother Gooseberry represents, isn't cheap. It's psychologically sophisticated exploration of real dynamics that occur in abusive families, real damage that happens when maternal care is corrupted, real terror that children experience when they realize their mothers might not be safe. That horror has power because it's not entirely fictional. Every audience member has experienced some form of maternal relationship, whether with biological mothers or other maternal figures. Everyone has associations, positive or negative, with maternal care and its absence. Mother Gooseberry activates those associations and perverts them, showing what happens when the relationship that should be safest becomes the most dangerous, when love becomes indistinguishable from harm. The seventh lesson is about the ethics of representation. Creating a character like Mother Gooseberry requires careful consideration of how mental illness, trauma, and abuse are depicted. Poorly handled representation can stigmatize psychiatric conditions, can suggest that trauma inevitably leads to perpetration, can exploit real suffering for entertainment without offering insight or empathy. The Outlast Trials navigates this ethical terrain with mixed success. On one hand, the game provides enough context to understand Mother Gooseberry as victim of abuse who became perpetrator, creating sympathy even while depicting her violence. On the other hand, the game risks reinforcing stereotypes about dissociative identity disorder being inherently dangerous, about maternal figures being threatening rather than protective, about mental illness making people into monsters. This tension is inherent to horror as genre. Horror necessarily depicts frightening things, and frightening things often involve suffering, mental illness, and extreme behaviors. The question isn't whether to depict these realities, but how to depict them in ways that are honest about the horror while not contributing to stigma and harm that affect real people living with similar conditions. Mother Gooseberry works as a character when audiences understand that her violence isn't inherent to dissociative identity disorder, but is a result of childhood abuse, institutional exploitation, and specific circumstances that most people with similar diagnoses never experience. She fails as a character when audiences use her as confirmation that people with mental illness are dangerous, that mothers are threatening, that trauma survivors become perpetrators. The responsibility for ethical representation lies partly with creators and partly with audiences. Creators must provide sufficient context for complex understanding while still delivering horror that functions as entertainment. Audiences must engage with complexity rather than reducing characters to simple stereotypes or using fiction as basis for judging real people with similar conditions. The eighth and final lesson is about cycles of trauma and the difficulty of interruption. Phyllis's father abused her. She abused her cult followers. Those followers likely went on to perpetuate similar dynamics in their own relationships. Reagents she traumatized at Sinyala, if they survived, carried that trauma into their families and communities. The damage spreads geometrically, each victim potentially becoming source of harm for multiple others, each generation passing accumulated trauma to the next. Breaking these cycles requires active intervention at personal, community, and institutional levels. At personal level, it requires trauma survivors accessing treatment that helps them process their experiences, develop healthier coping mechanisms, and avoid repeating patterns they learned from their own abuse. At community level, it requires creating support systems that identify people at risk and provide resources before damage becomes severe. At institutional level, it requires regulatory oversight that prevents exploitation, holds corporations and government agencies accountable for research ethics, and prioritizes healing over punishment in systems that encounter damaged individuals. These interventions are possible but require sustained commitment and resources that society often isn't willing to provide. It's easier and cheaper to let cycles continue, to imprison people when they become violent rather than treating them when they're vulnerable, to punish symptoms while ignoring causes, to respond to crises while neglecting prevention. Mother Gooseberry represents cost of that neglect. She's walking evidence of what happens when every opportunity for intervention is missed, when every institution that encounters a damaged person chooses exploitation or punishment over healing, when individual suffering is allowed to metastasize into suffering that affects dozens or hundreds of others. Her existence indicts not just specific villains but entire social systems that produce and deploy people like her. Chapter 9, Mother Gooseberry in Context. To fully understand Mother Gooseberry's significance, we need to examine her within broader contexts of horror gaming's use of maternal horror, psychiatric institutions as settings for terror, and the specific historical moment that created games like the Outlast Trials. Maternal horror in gaming isn't new. Silent Hill's Claudia and the god she worships represent corrupted, feminine divinity. Resident Evil's Marguerite Baker embodies parasitic motherhood that consumes rather than nurtures. Dead Space's Brethren Moons use maternal imagery for cosmic horror about consumption and transformation. These characters all explore similar territory: mothers who harm, care that corrupts, feminine nurturing twisted into something that threatens rather than protects. What distinguishes Mother Gooseberry from these other examples is her grounding in plausible psychiatric reality. Claudia is character driven by religious delusion but operating in supernatural context, where that delusion manifests actual divine entities. Marguerite is transformed by biological infection into something no longer entirely human. The Brethren Moons are cosmic entities using maternal metaphor rather than being actual mothers. Mother Gooseberry is a human woman with dissociative identity disorder, childhood trauma, and cult leadership history operating in facility that conducts realistic psychological torture. This realism changes the horror's nature. Supernatural maternal threats can be dismissed as fantasy, interesting to contemplate, but ultimately not applicable to reality. Human maternal threats hit differently because they're recognizable, because people have experienced or witnessed similar dynamics in real families, because the boundary between fiction and reality becomes permeable in uncomfortable ways. The Outlast series has always specialized in this reality-adjacent horror. The first game grounded its terror in actual CIA programs like MK Ultra and in real facilities like the Allen Memorial Institute. Outlast so explored religious extremism and cult psychology that reflect actual movements and belief systems. The Outlast Trials returns to Cold War setting to examine period when governmental and corporate entities conducted extensive unethical research with minimal oversight. This historical grounding serves multiple purposes. It creates verisimilitude that makes the horror more visceral. It educates players about actual atrocities that occurred and about institutional structures that enabled those atrocities. And it connects fictional horror to ongoing realities, suggesting that the past horrors haven't been resolved, that similar dynamics continue operating in contemporary institutions, that what happened at Sinyala might be happening now in facilities we don't know about. Mother Gooseberry fits this historical context perfectly because she represents a specific type of individual who would have been vulnerable to recruitment by Cold War research programs. A woman with severe mental illness, criminal history, and no family support. Someone whose absence wouldn't trigger investigation. Someone whose pathology made her potentially useful for purposes that ethical research protocols would never approve. Someone whose damage was so severe that offering her any alternative to lifetime imprisonment made recruitment feel like mercy rather than exploitation. The game's setting in the 1950s and 60s also connects to period-specific anxieties about motherhood and femininity. This was an era of intensive cultural investment in maternal perfection, when women were expected to find complete fulfillment in domestic roles, when motherhood was presented as women's highest calling and natural destiny. Post-war economic prosperity in America created middle-class culture centered on nuclear families, with stay-at-home mothers who maintained homes and raised children while fathers worked outside the home. This cultural investment in perfect motherhood created enormous pressure on actual mothers who were expected to be endlessly patient, naturally nurturing, psychologically fulfilled by domestic labor, and capable of raising well-adjusted children without support or recognition. Women who struggled with motherhood, who found it unfulfilling or overwhelming, who experienced postpartum depression, or who simply didn't want to be mothers, faced intense stigma and had few socially acceptable ways to express their difficulties. Mother Gooseberry represents dark underbelly of this motherhood cult. She's maternal figure whose care is suffocating, whose love is dangerous, whose devotion to her children makes her monstrous. She embodies fears about what happens when maternal investment becomes pathological, when the pressure to be perfect mother creates something twisted and harmful, when feminine nurturing is pushed to extremes that violate rather than protect. This isn't to suggest that actual women in the 1950s were likely to become Mother Gooseberries. It's to recognize that period's cultural anxieties about motherhood created symbolic territory that horror could exploit. Perfect mothers celebrated in advertisements and television shows implied their opposite. Imperfect mothers, harmful mothers, mothers who destroyed rather than created. Contemporary audiences encountering Mother Gooseberry bring different cultural contexts to interpretation. Current era has complicated relationship with motherhood, recognizing both its genuine importance and challenges while rejecting simplistic narratives about maternal instinct and natural feminine nurturing. We're more willing to acknowledge that not all women want to be mothers, that motherhood can be difficult and ambivalent, that maternal love isn't always uncomplicated positive force. This cultural shift means Mother Gooseberry can be understood as more than just monster. She's tragic figure, woman whose capacity for maternal care was destroyed by abuse and exploitation, whose attempts to be mother to mannequin children represent grief for the healthy motherhood she'll never experience. Her horror becomes layered with pathos, creating emotional complexity that pure villain wouldn't generate. The game's multiplayer structure also affects how Mother Gooseberry functions narratively. Unlike traditional horror protagonists who experience terror and isolation, Outlast Trials players typically navigate the orphanage with teammates, creating social dynamics that change the horror's nature. Being pursued by Mother Gooseberry with others creates different psychological pressure than being pursued alone. There's potential for cooperation, for shared strategizing, for distributing the burden of threat across multiple people. But there's also potential for betrayal, for teammates sacrificing each other to complete objectives or to save themselves, for social bonds breaking under pressure. The game's design encourages both cooperation and competition, creating moral ambiguity where helping your teammates might reduce your own chances of survival, where the rational choice is often the one that leaves others behind. This multiplayer dynamic mirrors real psychological research about how people behave in crisis situations. Some studies show that groups under threat often cooperate, sharing resources and protecting vulnerable members. Other studies show that survival situations bring out selfishness, with individuals prioritizing themselves over collective well-being. The reality is probably that both dynamics exist simultaneously, with people oscillating between cooperation and competition depending on constantly shifting assessments of threat level and resource availability. Mother Gooseberry's role in creating these dynamics is significant. When she pursues a group of reagents, she creates a situation where someone will likely be caught. The group must collectively decide whether to help the person in danger, risking everyone's safety, or to abandon them and prioritize mission completion. These decisions create moral weight that accumulates over repeated trials, shaping how players relate to each other and to the game's implicit ethics. From design perspective, this is sophisticated psychological horror. The game isn't just asking players to be frightened, it's asking them to make meaningful choices under pressure, to experience consequences of those choices, to recognize how quickly moral boundaries erode when survival is threatened. Mother Gooseberry serves as catalyst for these recognitions, her presence creating scenarios where players must confront uncomfortable truths about human behavior under extreme stress. The game's reception reveals interesting patterns in how audiences respond to different prime assets. Coil tends to generate visceral fear responses but less complex emotional engagement. He's frightening in straightforward ways, powerful, aggressive, armed with a weapon that delivers excruciating pain. Players fear him but don't typically describe feeling conflicted about him. He's clearly threatening and elicits clear fear response. Barbie generates discomfort through his emptiness. Players describe him as creepy, unsettling, disturbing in ways that are hard to articulate. The horror comes not from aggression but from absence, from encountering someone so hollow that normal human connection becomes impossible. He represents existential horror about meaninglessness, about possibility that underneath human performance there might be nothing but void. Mother Gooseberry generates the most complex responses. Players describe her as terrifying but also sad, as villain but also victim, as monster whose monstrosity evokes sympathy rather than just fear. The dissociative identity disorder and maternal fixation create character who's simultaneously threatening and pathetic, powerful in her domain, but obviously broken in ways that command compassion alongside horror. This complexity makes her the most memorable prime asset for many players. Fear alone is straightforward emotion that resolves when threat is removed. The mixture of fear and sadness, horror and compassion creates cognitive dissonance that persists after gameplay ends, that encourages reflection about the character's backstory and meaning, that makes Mother Gooseberry linger in consciousness in ways that simpler villains don't. From narrative design perspective, this is exactly what creators want: characters that generate continued engagement beyond immediate gameplay, that reward deeper thinking, that connect mechanical horror, being chased, needing to hide, experiencing threat, to emotional and intellectual horror, understanding what created this person, recognizing systematic failures, confronting uncomfortable moral questions. Chapter 10: Dissociative Identity Disorder, Clinical Reality versus Representation. To understand Mother Gooseberry responsibly, we need to examine dissociative identity disorder beyond its representation in the game, looking at clinical reality, how the condition actually manifests, and what people living with it experience versus how media typically portrays it. Dissociative identity disorder is rare. Estimates suggest it affects approximately 1% of the general population, though some clinicians believe it's underdiagnosed because many people with the condition don't seek treatment or receive misdiagnoses. The condition develops as response to severe, prolonged childhood trauma, typically beginning before age 9, when personality is still forming and hasn't yet consolidated into single coherent identity. The hallmark feature is the presence of two or more distinct personality states, called alters, that recurrently take control of behavior. These aren't just moods or different aspects of normal personality variation. They're separate identity states with their own memories, behaviors, preferences, and ways of relating to the world. Switches between alters can be triggered by stress, specific environmental cues, or internal negotiations between alters that aren't consciously accessible to the host personality. People with dissociative identity disorder often experience amnesia for events that occurred while other alters were in control. They might lose hours or days, find themselves in unfamiliar places with no memory of traveling there, discover evidence of activities they don't remember performing, be told by others about conversations or behaviors they can't recall. This amnesia is deeply distressing, creating sense of being unmoored from one's own life, of being a passenger in one's own body rather than an active agent, contrary to popular belief reinforced by media representations. Dissociative identity disorder does not make people violent. The vast majority of individuals with the condition are not dangerous to others. They're far more likely to harm themselves through suicide attempts or self-injury than to harm others. The association between dissociative identity disorder and violence is media artifact rather than clinical reality, stemming from sensationalized cases and fictional portrayals that use the condition for shock value. When violence does occur in people with dissociative identity disorder, it's typically not random or predatory. It's more likely to be defensive, occurring when severely traumatized individuals perceive threat and respond with survival mechanisms learned during childhood abuse. Or it's self-directed, with self-harming or suicidal alters attempting to harm the body they inhabit. The kind of systematic predatory violence that Mother Gooseberry enacts is extremely rare and would typically reflect additional pathology beyond the dissociative disorder itself. Mother Gooseberry's portrayal contains both accurate and inaccurate elements. The accurate elements include the switching between distinct personalities with different voices, mannerisms, and relationships to others. This reflects how alters genuinely present differently, sometimes dramatically so, the lack of unified memory or perspective. Mother Gooseberry's different alters seem unaware of or unconcerned with what other alters do, consistent with how amnesia between alters functions. The origin in severe childhood trauma. Phyllis's abuse by her father is exactly the kind of prolonged, inescapable trauma that creates risk for developing dissociative identity disorder. The use of dissociation as survival mechanism. Her fragmentation allowed her to survive experiences that might otherwise have been psychologically lethal, accurate to how the condition functions adaptively even while creating difficulties. The presence of an alter that carries the abuser's voice. Having an alter that represents her father, channeling his cruelty, reflects how trauma survivors sometimes internalize their abusers. The inaccurate or exaggerated elements include the systematic predatory violence. Most people with dissociative identity disorder aren't violent toward others, and when violence occurs, it's rarely this organized or sustained. The apparent ease of control by external institutions. While people with dissociative identity disorder can be manipulated, the idea that Murkoff could reliably control which alters emerge and harness her pathology as weapon oversimplifies the condition's complexity. The presentation of all alters as either maternal or cruel. Real dissociative identity disorder typically produces alters with wider range of functions, protectors, caretakers, children, trauma holders, everyday functional alters. The game simplifies this for narrative clarity, but loses nuance of actual condition. The lack of internal communication or cooperation. Many people with dissociative identity disorder develop communication between alters over time, creating internal systems that can negotiate and cooperate. Mother Gooseberry seems to have no internal awareness or cooperation between personalities, which is possible but represents more severe and chaotic presentation than many people experience. The use as horror villain. This is perhaps most problematic element, as it reinforces stigma that people with dissociative identity disorder are dangerous, that fragmented personalities make someone monstrous, that the condition is inherently frightening rather than being understandable response to horrific circumstances. For people living with dissociative identity disorder, media representations like Mother Gooseberry create real problems. They reinforce public misconceptions that make it harder to disclose the condition to employers, friends, or romantic partners without facing fear or rejection. They complicate treatment by making it harder for people to recognize their own symptoms as treatable condition rather than a sign they're becoming dangerous. They contribute to stigma that makes funding for research and treatment more difficult to secure. The responsible way to engage with Mother Gooseberry as character requires holding multiple truths simultaneously. She's effective horror villain whose presence creates genuine terror and psychological complexity. She's also potentially harmful representation that could reinforce stigma affecting real people. Both can be true. Enjoying the character as fiction doesn't require denying the potential harm of representation, and recognizing potential harm doesn't require refusing to engage with fiction that uses mental illness as element of horror. What it does require is consciousness about distinction between representation and reality, between fiction designed for entertainment and actual condition that real people navigate daily. It requires not using fictional characters as basis for judgments about real people. It requires advocating for better mental health care, supporting trauma survivors, and working to reduce stigma, rather than assuming that consuming ethical entertainment absolves us of responsibility for how we treat vulnerable populations in reality. For creators, responsible representation means providing sufficient context for audiences to understand that characters represent extreme edge cases rather than typical presentations. It means avoiding lazy stereotypes that equate mental illness with danger. It means consulting with people who have lived experience of conditions being portrayed and with clinicians who treat those conditions. And it means being willing to prioritize ethical representation over shock value or convenient plotting when those come into conflict. The Outlast Trials provide some of this context through documents that reveal Phyllis's backstory, that show her as victim of abuse and institutional exploitation rather than just as monster. But it could do more to clarify that her violence isn't inherent to dissociative identity disorder, that most people with the condition aren't dangerous, that what makes her threatening is a combination of factors rather than the mental illness itself. This is ongoing challenge for horror as genre. Horror necessarily depicts frightening things, and mental illness can be frightening to witness or experience. The question is whether that depiction serves to illuminate and create empathy, or whether it simply exploits stigma for easy scares. The best horror does the former, using frightening material to reveal truths about human vulnerability, suffering, and the social conditions that create or exacerbate that suffering. The worst horror does the latter, treating marginalized groups as sources of threat without providing context or understanding. Mother Gooseberry occupies middle ground. She's more complex and contextual than worst examples of stigmatizing representation, but she doesn't fully achieve the illumination and empathy that best horror can provide. She's effective character who creates meaningful horror while also potentially reinforcing harmful stereotypes. That complicated reality is worth acknowledging rather than collapsing into simple judgment about whether representation is good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable. Chapter 11: The Cult of Personality. Phyllis Futterman's trajectory from television host to cult leader reveals important patterns about how charismatic individuals can develop following that enables atrocity. Understanding this trajectory illuminates not just her character, but broader psychological dynamics around authority, devotion, and the conditions that allow harmful leaders to flourish. Charisma is often treated as a mysterious quality, something people either have or don't have, impossible to define, but recognizable when encountered. Clinical psychology offers more specific understanding. Charisma involves ability to make others feel seen and special, to create illusion of deep connection and understanding, to project confidence and purpose that others want to absorb, and to manipulate emotional states through performance and suggestion. These aren't necessarily cynical or malicious abilities. Charismatic leaders can use these skills to inspire genuine positive change, to help people recognize their potential, to build communities that provide meaning and support. The same skills that create harmful cults also create effective teachers, therapists, community organizers, and movement leaders. The difference lies not in the skills themselves, but in the leader's intentions and the institutional structures that constrain or enable their exercise of influence. Phyllis had natural charisma that survived her father's attempts to destroy her spirit, despite the abuse, despite the fragmentation, despite everything that should have broken her capacity to connect with others. She retained ability to make people feel special, to create sense of intimate connection through screen, to project maternal warmth that children craved and responded to. This was her survival mechanism as much as dissociation was, her way of ensuring that someone valued her even when her father made clear she was worthless. The Mother Gooseberry Hour leveraged this charisma to build audience of devoted children who saw her as more than entertainer. She became maternal figure, surrogate mother who provided attention and validation that their actual parents might not provide. For children from neglectful or abusive homes, her program offered fantasy of being seen, being cared for, being special member of loving family. For children from adequate homes, she still offered something appealing, the recognition and specialness that even good parents can't provide constantly. This parasocial relationship, where audience members feel personally connected to media figure who doesn't know they exist, is normal feature of celebrity culture. Most people experience it without it becoming pathological. They enjoy feeling connected to favorite actors, musicians, or hosts while maintaining awareness that the connection is one-sided and mediated by performance rather than genuine relationship. But for some individuals, particularly those who are isolated, vulnerable, or searching for meaning and belonging, parasocial relationships can become primary emotional connections that eclipse actual relationships. These individuals invest enormous emotional energy in the celebrity, organize their lives around consuming the celebrity's content, interpret everything the celebrity does as personally meaningful, and potentially seek out ways to transform the parasocial connection into actual relationship through attending events, sending messages, or pursuing more intrusive forms of contact. Phyllis cultivated these intense parasocial relationships deliberately. She spoke directly to camera as if addressing each individual child. She encouraged viewers to think of themselves as her special children, part of her television family. She created rituals around the show, specific greetings and closings, recurring segments that built sense of tradition and belonging. And she began holding live events where devoted viewers could meet her in person, could interact with puppets, could transform parasocial connection into actual experience of being in her presence. These live events were where parasocial relationships became cult relationships. Meeting Phyllis in person, being recognized by her, being designated as a specially devoted member of her television family, created powerful bonding experiences for adolescents who were already investing significant emotional energy in her. The transition from viewer to cult member didn't require dramatic conversion experience. It was a gradual process where increased investment led to increased identification, where being part of Mother Gooseberry's special family became central to personal identity. Cult scholars identify several key features that distinguish cults from other intense communities or religious groups. Cults typically have charismatic leaders whose authority is absolute and unquestionable. They demand intensive commitment that supersedes family and other relationships. They use manipulation techniques to create psychological dependence. They isolate members from outside influences that might create doubt. They operate with secrecy and deception toward outsiders, and they exploit members for leaders' benefit, whether financially, sexually, or through labor. The Mother Gooseberry Hour developed many of these features, As Phyllis's mental health deteriorated and her control over her followers intensified, she positioned herself as ultimate authority on her followers' worth and behavior. She encouraged them to prioritize devotion to her over relationships with families who didn't understand. She used intermittent reinforcement, alternating between approval and disappointment, to create desperate need for her validation. She fostered us versus them mentality, where outsiders were threats to the special family, and she directed followers toward criminal behavior that served her interests, whether theft to fund operations or assault against people she viewed as enemies. The adolescent followers who engaged in drug use, larceny, and assault at her encouragement weren't inherently criminal or pathological. They were young people who'd attached to a charismatic figure during developmental period, when identity formation is primary psychological task, who'd been manipulated through sophisticated emotional techniques, and who'd adopted belief system where normal moral rules didn't apply to them because they were special. This is how ordinary people become capable of extraordinary harm. They don't wake up one day deciding to be evil. They gradually adopt worldview where harmful actions are reframed as necessary, righteous, or loving. They surround themselves with others who share that worldview, creating echo chamber where dissent is impossible and where escalating commitment seems natural rather than alarming. They invest so much identity and meaning in the group that leaving would require abandoning core sense of self and admitting that enormous portions of their lives were built on lies. For Phyllis's young followers, being part of Mother Gooseberry's special family meant something profound in their lives. It gave them identity, purpose, belonging, and the feeling of being chosen for something important, asking them to recognize that this was actually exploitation, that Mother Gooseberry was damaged person perpetuating harm rather than enlightened leader offering salvation, would require psychological collapse that most couldn't voluntarily undertake. The police raid that ended the cult likely created severe trauma for followers who survived. Suddenly, the special family was destroyed, the leader was imprisoned, and the meaning structure that organized their lives vanished. Some probably experienced relief mixed with their grief, finally escaping an increasingly dangerous situation but losing the only community where they felt they belonged. Others likely felt betrayed by authorities who destroyed something they viewed as pure and loving. Still others might have experienced cognitive dissonance so severe that they couldn't reconcile what they'd believed with what had actually been happening. The aftermath for cult survivors typically involves years of recovery work, processing what happened, understanding how manipulation functioned, grieving the time and relationships lost, and rebuilding identity independent of the cult framework. Many struggle with shame about their participation, about behaviors they engaged in under the leader's influence, about how easily they were manipulated. This shame can prevent them from seeking help or from disclosing their cult's involvement to others who might judge them. For Phyllis herself, the cult's destruction likely created different psychological crisis. The Mother Gooseberry persona had provided structure for her fragmentation, had given her altars a shared purpose and framework for interaction. When that was taken away, when she was imprisoned and isolated, the different personalities would have lost their organizing principle. The maternal altar had no children to care for. Dr. Futterman had no one to berate except Phyllis herself. The other fragments had no outlet or function. This loss might have accelerated her deterioration in Holmesburg prison, might have made the dissociation more chaotic and unmanageable, or it might have created brief opportunity for integration, for the different altars to begin communicating and potentially consolidating into more unified consciousness. The historical record doesn't reveal which occurred, only that she continued to deteriorate until Murkoff found her. The cult experience likely made her more valuable to Murkoff's research objectives. She demonstrated ability to build devoted following, to manipulate vulnerable individuals into compliance, to maintain authority even as her behavior became increasingly erratic. These were skills that translated directly to the orphanage trials, where she needed to create psychological impact on reagents who encountered her, to seem simultaneously threatening and compelling, to make them desperate for her approval while terrified of her attention. The mannequin children at Sinyala served similar psychological function as her television audience had served, objects onto which she could project maternal feelings without the complication of actual human responses. With real children, even abused or neglected ones, there are limits to manipulation imposed by their independent consciousness, their unpredictable reactions, their capacity to question or resist. Mannequins provided perfect followers who never disagreed, never grew beyond her control, never required anything she couldn't provide through simple fantasy. This represents ultimate expression of the devouring mother archetype, maternal love so possessive and controlling that it can only be satisfied by children who have no independent existence, who are literally objects that can be arranged and controlled without resistance. Real children inevitably disappoint this kind of mother because they have needs, desires, and trajectories independent of maternal wishes. Only plastic children can be perfect children, and only by making them perfect can the devouring mother achieve the total control that her damaged psyche demands. The parallels between cult leadership and prime asset functioning are striking. Both involve charismatic individuals whose pathologies make them effective at controlling others. Both require institutional structures that protect leaders from consequences. Both exploit vulnerable individuals who are searching for belonging, meaning, or escape from difficult circumstances. Both use manipulation techniques that bypass rational thought to target emotional vulnerabilities. And both create environments where normal moral constraints dissolve and atrocity becomes normalized. The primary difference is scale and institutional backing. Phyllis's cult was limited by resources and by eventual law enforcement intervention. As prime asset at Sinyala, she had Murkoff's backing, facility infrastructure, and supply of vulnerable subjects who couldn't escape or seek help. Her pathology remained constant, but the context amplified her capacity for harm exponentially. This raises disturbing questions about how many cult leaders, if given institutional backing and unlimited access to victims, would produce outcomes similar to Mother Gooseberry. How many are constrained not by conscience or empathy, but simply by lack of resources and by external accountability that eventually intervenes? How many charismatic individuals with damaged psyches are currently leading smaller groups, causing harm on more limited scales, who could become exponentially more dangerous if they found institutional sponsors willing to protect and resource their exploitation? The answer is probably uncomfortable. Charismatic pathology isn't rare. Institutional willingness to exploit it for profit or strategic advantage isn't rare. What's relatively rare is the specific combination of factors that produces something like Sinyala, but the components exist in abundance. Understanding Mother Gooseberry means understanding not just one fictional character, but the real dynamic she represents. The cult leaders and institutional sponsors who continue operating in reality, the vulnerable individuals who continue being exploited, and the social conditions that allow all of this to persist. Chapter 12. Speculation, Theories, and Unanswered Questions. Despite the extensive lore surrounding Mother Gooseberry, significant gaps remain in her story. Some of these gaps are intentional, leaving space for player imagination and interpretation. Others reflect the fragmented nature of Murkoff's records and the company's systematic destruction of evidence. In this chapter, we'll explore major theories and unanswered questions, clearly distinguishing between established canon and speculative interpretation. What happened to Dr. A. Futterman? The following section explores theories and speculation based on available evidence. Canon establishes only that he died and his body was never recovered. Everything beyond that is interpretation. Canon establishes that Phyllis's father died and his body was never recovered. The game doesn't explicitly state that she killed him, but several elements suggest this possibility. Her hysteria and dissociation began immediately after his death. Consistent with acute trauma response, the missing body suggests circumstances beyond natural death, and her later capacity for violence demonstrated during the police raid shows she was capable of killing when sufficiently threatened or enraged. The speculation is that she killed him during a dissociative episode, possibly in self-defense if he was actively abusing her, possibly during a break where one of her more protective or violent alters took control. The missing body might indicate she disposed of it in ways that prevented discovery, perhaps using the dental office's equipment, perhaps hiding it in a location that was never searched. The trauma of killing her father, especially if she'd simultaneously loved and hated him, could have triggered the severe fragmentation that followed. Alternatively, he might have died through accident or natural causes, and Phyllis's guilt came from feeling relief or from having wished him dead rather than from actually killing him. The body might have been lost through legitimate circumstances. Her deterioration might have stemmed from losing the primary figure around whom her entire identity was organized, even though that figure was her abuser. Both interpretations are textually supported. The game intentionally leaves this ambiguous, allowing players to decide whether they view Phyllis as someone who killed her abuser or as someone whose abuser's death traumatized her despite not being directly responsible. Did the mannequins at Sinyala contain actual children? This is one of the most disturbing questions the orphanage trials raise. The mannequins are clearly plastic in many scenes. Their articulation and appearance obviously artificial, but the game creates deliberate ambiguity through environmental storytelling, audio cues of children crying, Mother Gooseberry's treatment of them as real, and Reagents' inability to definitively determine their nature. Canon doesn't confirm that real children were ever at Sinyala or were transformed into mannequins. This would represent escalation of atrocity beyond what Murkoff's documented crimes include. The corporation conducted psychological torture on adults, but there's no evidence of child victims in the facility's official operations. The speculation is that some mannequins might have contained preserved remains or might have been created using materials derived from human bodies. Murkoff's willingness to violate ethical boundaries was profound, and their research might have included experimentation on children, despite this not being explicitly documented. The ambiguity serves horror purposes, keeping players uncertain about whether they're witnessing evidence of child murder or whether their minds are being manipulated into seeing horror that isn't literally present. More likely interpretation is that the mannequins are entirely artificial, but are designed to exploit Reagents' uncertainty and to trigger Mother Gooseberry's delusions. For her, they might genuinely appear to be living children, her dissociation and psychosis creating perceptual experiences that aren't shared by others. For Reagents, they represent Schrodinger's children, simultaneously innocent and violated, real and fake, depending on interpretation that can never be definitively confirmed. This ambiguity is ethically complex. On one hand, it creates effective horror through uncertainty. On the other, it potentially trivializes actual child abuse by using it as horror device without committing to depicting it, having the emotional impact without the moral weight of actually showing child victims. What was Mother Gooseberry's relationship with the other prime assets? Canon provides minimal information about interactions between prime assets. We know they occupied different facility sections, that Coyle had contempt for Gooseberry, and that Barbie maintained distance from both. But deeper questions remain unanswered. Did they ever form alliances or friendships? Did their pathologies make genuine connection impossible? Or could they recognize each other as fellow victims of institutional exploitation? Were there conflicts that Murkoff had to mediate? Did any of them try to escape? And if so, did others help or hinder those attempts? Speculation suggests that genuine relationships were unlikely given the severity of each asset's pathology and the isolation Murkoff maintained between them. Coyle's need for dominance would have made him view Gooseberry as inferior. Gooseberry's fragmentation would have made consistent relationships impossible. Barbie's emptiness would have prevented him from seeking connection. They might have been simultaneously the only people in the facility who could understand each other's suffering and completely incapable of expressing that understanding through connection. Alternatively, there might have been moments of unexpected humanity. Coyle protecting Gooseberry from ex-pops because she served the same institutional purposes he did. Gooseberry expressing maternal concern for Coyle's obvious damage. Barbie sharing cigarettes with either of them simply because proximity made it convenient. These small moments wouldn't redeem them or make them sympathetic, but they'd make them more complex and tragic. The game leaves this unexplored, keeping prime assets as isolated threats rather than as community of damaged individuals. This serves mechanical purposes, making each prime asset encounter feel distinct and focused, but it might miss opportunities for deeper character development and for exploring how severely damaged people relate to each other when institutional purposes force them into proximity. Was Mother Gooseberry aware of what she was doing? This question gets at the core of moral responsibility for someone with severe dissociative identity disorder. When different alters commit violence, when the host personality may not remember or may not have control, who bears responsibility? Canon shows that Mother Gooseberry's different personalities had different levels of awareness. The maternal alter seemed genuinely to believe she was protecting children, and that violence was necessary purification. Dr. Futterman seemed aware of the cruelty, but justified it through harsh moral framework. Other alters might have had entirely different understandings. This fragmented awareness means there might not have been a single unified Mother Gooseberry who could be said to know or not know what was happening. Different parts of her psyche held different pieces of truth, and none had access to the full picture. This doesn't absolve responsibility, legally or morally, but it complicates simple narratives about guilt and intention. Speculation about whether integration was ever possible, whether therapy could have helped Phyllis's alters communicate and potentially consolidate, is moot because Murkoff had no interest in healing her. They benefited from her fragmentation and actively worked to maintain or deepen it. The question of what she might have become with proper treatment is unanswerable but haunting, representing roads not taken and possibilities foreclosed by institutional choices. Did Mother Gooseberry ever experience genuine maternal love? This question matters because it determines whether her maternal expressions were entirely corrupted, or whether they contained kernels of genuine caring that were twisted by damage and circumstance. Canon shows her expressing maternal language and engaging in maternal behaviors, but always contaminated by violence and control. The speculation is that yes, somewhere within her fragmented psyche, there was capacity for genuine maternal love that never found healthy expression. The maternal altar that cared for mannequin children might have genuinely felt protective love, might have wanted to nurture and care, even though the only way she knew to express that was through the patterns learned from her abusive father. This makes her more tragic without making her less responsible for harm inflicted. Someone can simultaneously feel genuine love and express it in ways that destroy the beloved. Abusive parents often truly love their children while harming them, unable to separate love from control, care from cruelty. Mother Gooseberry represents an extreme version of this dynamic, where potential for healthy love was so thoroughly contaminated by trauma that it could never manifest as anything but violence. What happened to Mother Gooseberry's cult followers? Canon doesn't address the fate of her adolescent followers after the cult's destruction. Were they charged with crimes they committed under her influence? Were they placed in juvenile facilities or psychiatric treatment? Did they attempt to continue the cult in her absence? Did they become activists trying to free her, or did they recognize the harm and work to recover? Speculation suggests diverse outcomes depending on individual circumstances. Some probably received criminal charges and juvenile detention. Others might have been treated as victims and provided therapy. Some likely struggled with substance abuse and mental health issues throughout their lives. Others might have successfully recovered and built healthy lives, though probably carrying permanent psychological scars from the experience. The most concerning possibility is that some continued perpetuating patterns they learned from her, becoming abusive parents, cult leaders of their own smaller groups, or people who exploited vulnerable individuals in other contexts. The cycle of abuse doesn't necessarily end when the original abuser is removed. It can propagate through victims who never receive adequate treatment and who therefore pass their damage forward. Was there ever possibility of redemption for Mother Gooseberry? This question is fundamentally moral rather than factual. Canon shows someone who committed terrible acts, who traumatized and killed innocent people, whose pathology made her dangerous throughout her adult life. But it also shows someone who was profoundly damaged through no fault of her own, who never received treatment that might have helped, who was exploited by every institution she encountered. Some would argue that redemption requires acknowledgement of harm caused, genuine remorse, and effort to make amends. Mother Gooseberry's fragmentation likely prevented her from achieving any of these. She probably never developed unified enough consciousness to acknowledge her full pattern of harm. The altars that caused violence might have felt no remorse. The altars that retained empathy might have been unaware of what others did, and she had no opportunity to make amends, even if she'd wanted to, imprisoned first literally and then by institutional exploitation. Others would argue that redemption isn't relevant for someone whose capacity for moral agency was destroyed by childhood trauma and severe mental illness. She couldn't be redeemed because she couldn't be held fully accountable in the ways that redemption narratives require. She was simultaneously responsible for terrible acts and not fully responsible due to diminished capacity. The game doesn't offer answers to these moral questions. It presents her as a complex character whose story raises questions about responsibility, treatment, and institutional failure without providing neat resolutions. This might frustrate players seeking clear moral judgments, but it's more honest to the messy reality of how trauma, mental illness, and institutional exploitation interact. Chapter 13, The Modern Relevance. Mother Gooseberry's story is set in the 1950s and 60s, but its themes remain disturbingly relevant to contemporary reality. understanding that relevance means examining ongoing issues around childhood trauma, mental health treatment, institutional exploitation, and cult dynamics that continue affecting vulnerable populations. Childhood trauma and its long-term consequences. The research that has emerged since the game's setting confirms and extends what Phyllis's story illustrates. The Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, published in 1998, documented strong relationships between childhood trauma and adult health outcomes, mental illness, substance abuse, and early death. The more adverse experiences children endure, the worse their outcomes across virtually every measured domain. We now understand that childhood trauma literally changes brain development in ways that persist throughout life. The stress response systems become dysregulated, making traumatized individuals more reactive to stress and less able to return to baseline after stressful events. The immune system is affected, creating increased inflammation and vulnerability to autoimmune conditions. The cardiovascular system shows earlier aging and increased disease risk. These aren't just correlations. They're causal pathways that have been documented through neuroimaging, longitudinal studies, and basic biological research. Childhood trauma creates biological embedding of adversity, physical changes that carry trauma forward through the lifespan even when psychological symptoms are successfully managed. Despite this knowledge, child protective systems remain underfunded and inconsistent. Teachers, pediatricians, and other professionals who encounter abused children often don't receive adequate training in recognizing signs of abuse, or don't report suspected abuse due to uncertainty or fear of consequences. When reports are made, child protective services are overwhelmed with caseloads that prevent thorough investigation. When abuse is substantiated, interventions are often inadequate to address the depth of damage or to prevent continued abuse. The result is that many children continue experiencing circumstances similar to what Phyllis endured, abuse that continues for years because systems designed to protect them fail repeatedly. Each of these children faces elevated risk for the same trajectory: mental illness, substance abuse, difficulty forming healthy relationships, potential for perpetuating abuse toward others. Not all will follow that trajectory, but the elevated risk is real and preventable through early intervention that we choose not to adequately fund or prioritize. Mental health treatment accessibility. Phyllis never received appropriate treatment for her dissociative identity disorder or for the complex PTSD underlying her fragmentation. Treatment existed even in her era: trauma-focused psychotherapy and eventually medications that could have helped, but she never accessed it either because it wasn't offered, or because she couldn't afford it, or because stigma prevented her from seeking it. Contemporary mental health systems have improved in some ways, but remain inadequate. Insurance coverage for mental health treatment is often limited, with arbitrary session caps and narrow networks of providers. Psychiatric hospitals have closed en masse over recent decades, creating crises where severely mentally ill individuals have nowhere to go for intensive treatment. Community mental health centers are underfunded and overwhelmed. The result is that people with serious mental illness often cycle through emergency rooms, jails, and homelessness rather than receiving sustained treatment that might help them achieve stability. This is particularly true for complex trauma disorders like dissociative identity disorder. Treatment requires specialized therapists with expertise in dissociation, requires sustained, long-term work that insurance may not cover, and requires safety and stability that people living in poverty or unstable housing can't access. The people most likely to have severe dissociative disorders, those who experience extreme childhood trauma, are also most likely to lack resources needed to access effective treatment. The gap between what treatment could accomplish and what actually reaches people who need it remains enormous. This isn't because we don't know how to treat trauma disorders. The evidence base is substantial. It's because we choose to underfund treatment, to prioritize acute medical care over mental health, to warehouse mentally ill people in jails rather than providing therapeutic environments, and to tolerate suffering that could be alleviated if we allocated resources differently. Institutional exploitation continues. Murkoff Corporation is fictional, but institutions that exploit vulnerable populations for research purposes are not. The Tuskegee syphilis study, where black men were left untreated for syphilis so researchers could study disease progression, continued until 1972. Radiation experiments on prisoners, psychiatric patients, and others continued through the Cold War. Pharmaceutical companies have conducted drug trials in developing countries with minimal informed consent and inadequate protections for participants. More recently, immigration detention facilities have been accused of performing unnecessary medical procedures on detainees without proper consent. Psychiatric facilities have faced lawsuits over experimental treatments and restraint practices that amount to abuse. Prison systems continue using solitary confinement despite evidence of severe psychological harm. The specific forms of exploitation evolve, but the underlying dynamic persists. Institutions with power identify vulnerable populations whose complaints won't be believed or won't matter, then use those populations for purposes that benefit the institution while harming the individuals. The protections that exist, institutional review boards, informed consent requirements, oversight agencies, help prevent the most egregious abuses but don't eliminate exploitation. They create paperwork requirements and procedural hurdles that determined institutions can navigate while still causing harm. And they don't apply when institutions operate in legal gray areas, in classified contexts, or in jurisdictions with minimal regulatory infrastructure. Mother Gooseberry's trajectory from prison to research facility mirrors ongoing reality for incarcerated individuals who participate in medical research, often because participation offers one of few ways to earn money, reduce sentences, or break up monotony of incarceration. The consent is technically voluntary, but practically coerced by circumstances that limit alternatives. The research often serves institutional interests far more than participants' interests, and the long-term consequences for participants receive minimal attention once studies conclude. Cult dynamics and charismatic exploitation. The cult Phyllis created had specific features: maternal fixation, use of children's television as recruitment mechanism, adolescent followers engaging in criminal behavior. But the underlying dynamics appear across diverse cult contexts: charismatic leaders creating devoted followings, manipulation techniques that create psychological dependence, gradual escalation toward increasingly harmful behavior, isolation from outside influences that might create doubt. These dynamics continue operating in contemporary cults, from New Age groups to political extremist movements to multi-level marketing schemes that function as financial cults. The mechanisms are consistent: find vulnerable people searching for meaning or belonging, provide simple explanations for complex problems, create us versus them mentality where the group is enlightened and outsiders are threats or fools, escalate commitment gradually so that leaving would require abandoning major portions of identity and community. Social media has accelerated cult formation by allowing charismatic individuals to build followings without geographic constraints, and by creating echo chambers where dissenting perspectives are easily excluded. Online radicalization follows cult patterns, isolation from contrary views, gradual acceptance of extreme ideas, identity formation around group membership, willingness to harm outsiders who threaten the group. Understanding Mother Gooseberry's cult means understanding these ongoing dynamics, recognizing warning signs of manipulative groups, supporting people who are trying to leave such groups, and working to address the social isolation and meaninglessness that make people vulnerable to recruitment. The importance of trauma-informed approaches. One of Sinyala's failures, beyond obvious ethical violations, was treating traumatized individuals as blank slates to be programmed rather than as people whose trauma responses needed to be understood. Attempting to program someone like Phyllis without addressing her underlying fragmentation was doomed to fail, or to produce outcomes like prime asset status that served institutional needs while compounding her damage. Contemporary understanding of trauma emphasizes trauma-informed approaches that recognize how trauma affects behavior, that avoid re-traumatization through institutional practices, that provide safety and support needed for healing. These approaches are relevant across domains: healthcare, education, criminal justice, social services, employment. A trauma-informed approach to Phyllis in childhood would have recognized her father's abuse and intervened to protect her. In young adulthood, it would have provided therapy addressing her dissociation rather than ignoring or minimizing it. During her cult leadership, it would have viewed her as someone needing psychiatric intervention rather than just as criminal requiring punishment. In prison, it would have provided specialized treatment rather than warehousing her in conditions that worsened her mental health. None of this would guarantee good outcomes. Trauma treatment isn't magic. Some people don't respond to therapy. Some damage is too severe to fully heal. But trauma-informed approaches create possibility for better outcomes, while trauma-uninformed approaches guarantee continued cycles of harm. Breaking intergenerational cycles. Perhaps the most important lesson from Mother Gooseberry's story is about how trauma and abuse propagate across generations. Her father abused her. She abused her followers and the reagents at Sinyala. If those victims survived and had children, they likely struggled to provide healthy parenting, given their own unhealed trauma. The damage spreads geometrically unless cycles are actively interrupted. Interrupting these cycles requires multiple interventions. Children who experience abuse need protection and treatment. Adults with trauma histories need access to healing resources before they have children. Parents need support and education about healthy child rearing that contradicts abusive patterns they might have learned. Communities need to reduce shame and stigma that prevent people from seeking help. And societies need to invest in prevention rather than only responding to crises after damage is done. This is hard work without dramatic results. Preventing trauma doesn't produce visible outcomes the way treating crisis does. The children who don't get abused because their parents received effective treatment are invisible successes. The parents who don't perpetuate abuse because they healed their own trauma don't generate compelling statistics. But this invisible prevention work is what ultimately changes trajectory from cycles of harm to cycles of healing. Mother Gooseberry's story asks us to imagine what might have been different if intervention had occurred at any point in her trajectory. We can't change her fictional history, but we can work to change trajectories for real people whose stories parallel hers, whose childhoods contain similar damage, whose pathways are leading towards similar outcomes unless someone intervenes. That's the modern relevance. not just understanding a character in a horror game, but recognizing the real people she represents and the real systems that continue producing outcomes like hers. The horror isn't just that this happened in fictional 1950s Arizona. It's that similar dynamics continue operating in reality, creating new victims whose stories we won't hear until it's too late to prevent their damage. Outro. The drill has gone silent. The mannequin children still sit in their eternal tableau, frozen witnesses to atrocities that have finally ended, not through justice or healing, but through simple entropy, the slow decay of a facility whose purposes have been abandoned and whose inhabitants have been forgotten. Mother Gooseberry's story doesn't have a satisfying conclusion because stories like hers rarely do. She was a victim who became a perpetrator, a damaged person who damaged others, someone whose potential for healing was sacrificed to institutional purposes that viewed her broken mind as resource to exploit rather than suffering to alleviate. Her tale is a warning about what happens when every system that should protect vulnerable people instead fails them or actively harms them, when fathers abuse rather than nurture, when mental health systems neglect rather than treat, when entertainment industries exploit rather than safeguard, when prisons warehouse rather than rehabilitate, when corporations use human suffering as raw material for profit and research. Each failure compounds the last until someone who might have been saved becomes someone whose damage is so profound that she can only perpetuate it forward, creating new victims who will carry their own trauma into futures we can't predict, but can recognize will contain more suffering unless cycles are interrupted. The orphanage is empty now, the trials have ended, but the lessons persist for those willing to sit with discomfort long enough to recognize that Mother Gooseberry isn't simply a monster to be feared and defeated. She's a mirror reflecting our collective failures to protect the vulnerable, to treat the damaged, to interrupt cycles of abuse before they create new perpetrators. Her horror is real, her victims' suffering is real, and the institutional systems that created her are still operating, still finding vulnerable people, still extracting value from human misery. That's the truth at the heart of this lore. The facility may be sealed and abandoned, but the dynamics that made it possible haven't been dismantled. They've evolved, become more sophisticated, learned from past mistakes to avoid future exposure. Somewhere, someone is experiencing childhood abuse that will shape them toward trajectories of harm. Somewhere, institutions are identifying vulnerable individuals whose damage makes them useful. Somewhere, systems designed to help are instead perpetuating the very suffering they're supposed to alleviate. Mother Gooseberry's mannequin children will sit forever in their plastic innocence, but real children continue suffering in reality. Her story is historical and ongoing, fiction and fact, entertainment and warning. The drill may be silent, but the cycles continue unless we choose to hear the warning and act on it.